Hello, hello. Welcome to the very first session of the very first season of Performance Check. I am Celeste, your illustrious dungeon mistress for this and many other evenings. The way things roll around here is going to be a little bit different than some other D&D shows. There will be a new campaign with a new DM and a new set of players with some returning faces, each and every season. Between our main stage campaigns, we will be hosting mini adventures and shining a spotlight on TTRPG systems other than Dungeons and Dragons, such as Vampire the Masquerade and Monster of the Week. In this season of Performance Check, the Empire of Blood, we shall delve into a Greco-Roman analog known as the Yuridian Empire in a campaign setting of my own making, the Veil. Let me go ahead and undeafen in the Discord. Ba-ba-bum. Alrighty. So, let's go ahead and allow our ill-fated heroes to introduce themselves. Looking at the order in the OBS, we're actually going to head... Hold on. That way. The camera's inverted. I'm still getting used to it. We're going to be looking that way and heading down and coming back up over on... Oh my gosh. Okay. We're gonna start with. No, hold on. I don't know why this is disorienting me so much. We're gonna start with Kipariso.
Oh, me?
Yes,
oh,
indeed.
Great. What am I? Give me a template. What am I saying, Bestie?
Explain who you are, who you're playing. Sort of give us a little bit of a rundown. Not physical descriptions yet. We'll get into that later. But just give us a rundown of who you are and who you're gonna be.
Okay. I am Lynx. I use they, them pronouns. Also she, her. Also sometimes he, him. Depends on the day, you know. I'm feral, and I'm playing Kipariso. Who is also an individual who uses a variety of pronouns and is also a gremlin and is a bard.
A bard?
I made them a bard. A bard. Do you need any other information at this time?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Streamlabs is washing my face out. That is awful. Okay. Carlotta, why don't you go ahead and explain who you are and who you're playing?
Hi. Well, I'm Carlota. I use she, her pronouns. Well, she, they. But I mostly use she, her. I'm playing Galatea. I don't really want to reveal too much right now. I'm just going to say that I'm really excited to be here and play. And as much as I want chaos in every single game I play, I'm going to try and stay in character.
Got it. Victor, why don't you go ahead and explain who you are and who you're playing?
Who I am is Victor. I also go by Vic. I use he, they pronouns. And I'm going to be playing Ebis, who uses she, her pronouns. Yup. That's me.
Honestly, the not sparing any details whatsoever, I'm honestly loving it. They're like, no, I'm not going to explain who I'm playing. I'm actually going to let you discover that. I love it. I love the energy. Belle, why don't you go ahead and explain who you are and who you are playing?
I am Belle. I use she, her pronouns, and I am playing Tara Lionsborn, a half-elven barbarian. And that's about it.
Alrighty. Abby, why don't you explain who you are and who you're playing?
Hello, I'm Abby. I use the she, her pronouns. I play a anxiety-ridden Gorgon named Lysandra, and she is a warlock.
And rounding it out, Claire, why don't you explain who you are and who you're playing?
I'm Claire. I use she, her. Bear enthusiast, big dork, and I am playing Tirfi, who is an Throck, the one of Sage's custom races, which is like boar-like. She is a artificer alchemist, and someone who pursues the advancement of her people within the Evelyn.
Yes. So, there's going to be a handful of extra rules to make this campaign a little bit grittier and a little bit higher stakes than your standard 5e D&D. Notably, including the Darker Dungeons rules supplement written by the fantastic Giphy Glyph, a system of custom talent trees replacing feats written by Kraos125 and I'm from NASA on Reddit, and a spin on the Paragon monster system devised by the Angry GM. The rest, however, were thrown in by my devious little self to add in a little bit of spice to my combats. As one final note, the extra rules that we are borrowing from Darker Dungeons does mean that some uncomfortable subjects and imagery are prone to crop up every now and then. Detailed descriptions of food, mental breaks, traumatic events, and severe wounds and injuries, and many others. We will all try to provide warnings ahead of time whenever these subjects come up, but we are human, and sometimes a particular moment will come up suddenly without a lot of time to adjust. But as much as we can, we will provide everyone a warning when uncomfortable subjects come up. So now, without further ado, allow us to begin the very first session of the Empire of Blood.
Woo.
A red dawn hangs over the sky of the Yuridian Empire. Fires are spreading throughout the city. Buildings are crumbling and have sustained heavy damage. And at sunrise, the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother takes enough damage to collapse. Empress Leora Divya, the god queen of this land, is beaten, battered, and heavily wounded. Lysandra, through the eyes of your familiar Typhon, you see a friend of yours. Their face is obscured, but you can see the brass armor, black accents, and red cloth, denoting the armor of someone who is a part of the Order of the Sustaining Mother. Around them, a torrential arcane storm is brewing. Red wind swirling and swirling around their feet, kicking up dust and buffeting away anyone who comes near them, at best. At worst, people who get too close to this individual are consumed. You see them walking, but without ground underneath them, stepping on solid air, approaching Leora Divya. And the Empress looks up, fear filling her eyes, and see your friend's arm outstretched. And you snap back into the moment, having received a ruinous prognostication about the future of the Yuridian Empire. You now sit in the stands, within the Great Cathedral. I'm sorry, Colosseum. Within the Great Colosseum. I am prone to mistakes and errors. Looking down at the Colosseum below, you see the sand pit that is dotted and speckled with spilled blood. And you see a very, very good friend of yours, with a lion's pelt over her shoulder, smirking, blood dripping down from the corner of her lip, holding a very ornate and delicate longsword. Tara, why don't you give us a visual explanation of who you are?
Tara is a 6'11", half elf, half Goliath. She wears hide armor made from the pelt of a lion that she grew up with. Her barbarian tribe having been connected very much with nature, so that every barbarian that grew up within that tribe gets an animal companion at some point. At some point, hers had passed, so she now honors him by wearing him as armor. Her sword is a long blade made with a pair of lion's heads as the guard and pommel. It was given to her by her father as one of the last things he ever gave her before his passing. Tara is tan of skin with freckles matting over her shoulders and face, denoting a lot of time that she spent in the sun as a nomadic barbarian. She is muscular and athletic, as would be her new profession, a gladiator.
Indeed you are. Your opponent, a strapping gentleman of massive proportion. Also, you would think, perhaps Goliath in origin, is beaten and battered, but not yet ready to surrender. He stands back after being dropped to a knee, carrying a massive Labrys axe. You are grinning and have an air of confidence in your posture. Your foe is desperate. And that is exactly where you like them. Go ahead, do me a favor, very first roll of the night. Do me a favor, and first of all, I have to ask a question for Tara, which is, when it comes to your presence in the arena, do you fight to maim or do you fight to kill?
That depends on the rest of the fight. Has he pissed me off is the question.
Just roll a straight d20. Let's just give it a luck roll. Just give me a straight up d20. I'll tell you what, Tara, not your favorite person in the world right now. He's a bit of a dirty fighter. He's been kicking sand in your face since probably the moment he stepped into the arena.
Time for him to die.
Okay. In that case, go ahead. We're gonna do this simplified. Go ahead and just give me a contested strength roll.
Alright.
Oh yeah, I've turned up Tara. Yeah, I'll turn her up a little bit more.
+4, I think.
Mm-hmm.
A 22.
22.
Natural 18, 22.
We will see the resolution of this roll in just a second. Colosseum matches are a very, very big deal within the Yuridian Empire. What is a bigger deal still is whenever Empress Leora herself is in attendance, which she is tonight. It is normally denoted by her presence that a very important announcement is going to be revealed to the people of Yuridia after the conclusion of the gladiatorial match. Up in the royal box of the Colosseum, Kipariso.
In the royal box?
Yes, in the royal box. We see one of Empress Leora's attendants with messy hair, lipstick marks, and a general unkempt demeanor, very quickly trying to put themselves together in front of you before they head out and before the announcement is made. Kipariso attends the Colosseum matches, but rarely is watching the fight.
Yeah. He's got other stuff going on.
Uh-huh. And you see this attendant in a rush getting their outfit together, getting their hair jostled and put back into a place where it is presentable, and smirking like a madman.
Mm-hmm.
Kip is attending to something else. And you see this individual smile at you as they've generally put their entire demeanor together. And they are they look at you with a grin and say, very, very, very happy that rumor that's going around is incredibly untrue. In all truth, word around town led me to believe that you wouldn't satisfy. And I am happy that had been untrue.
Well, what can I say? I live to please.
That
A little wink.
I have learned. The individual reaches into a bag that they had brought with them. And a letter in faded parchment with a wax seal is pulled out from the bag and hands it over. And the individual says, "A favor owed. Whenever you have need of it, you can rely on me for some legal assistance."
I bet I could rely on you for some other things too.
Roll just general charisma for me.
Just straight charisma.
You can make it persuasion.
Okay, alright, I'll take that. Persuasion 17.
17. The individual gets a flush in their face, and begins to stammer a little bit, before they go, right, I should get back to the Empress, so maybe perhaps,
Of
we
course.
can get around to that another time.
Sure thing. You get out there and you do your thing. And Kip kind of like grabs him by the shoulders and turns them around and like pats him on the butt out the curtain.
Smack them on the butt as they head out. They stand up, quickly adjust their collar, and just sort of fix their posture before stepping down the hall and heading towards the Empress Leora's viewing chamber.
I'm gonna add that to my inventory. Spoils of.
Yes, please add a favor from a noble. Alrighty. We cut from you stepping out of this room with a confident grin.
Kip looks immaculate, by the way. Not a hair out of place.
Oh, not a hair out of place. Truly, is put together even after the deed was done. We zip over again to a member of the audience in a cordoned off section. And not cordoned off in a way that denotes a presence of station, but rather a lack thereof. A row of the Colosseum seats, all filled with boar-like individuals, very broad in stature, grayish and keratinous skin, long boar-like tusks, with one individual out of place, one member not of the Turrak within this section. Tirfi, you are in the audience sitting next to your beloved wife as you watch the mandatory gladiator match.
Just a regular Sunday.
Just a regular Sunday. Go ahead and give me a description of what Tirfi looks like. And I realize I forgot to have Kip do that, but that's okay. This is...
No, it's not.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Kip,
wait.
We'll,
I'm kidding.
We'll go back to Kip after. Tirfi, go ahead and give us a description of what you look like.
I mean, I'd just say I imagine goat twink for Kip.
Goat twink for Kip.
And you're not wrong.
Not wrong.
Okay, I'll just write something I have written down. Tirfi is a tall and widely built Turrak woman. That's 7'2", and 296 pounds. She is well muscled and straight-backed, often taking a surveying pose and gnawing on her smoking pipe. Her tusked face rests in a scowl, giving off her brusque and matter-of-fact demeanor to most people. Among friends and loved ones, she is warm and raucous, if a bit crude. Her manner with those seeking her curatives is more calming, conciliatory, and nurturing. She's usually gnawing a smoking pipe, and she also has with her a large basket-woven gourd that is usually slung over her back, but rests between her legs as she sits a bit spread and has her arm around Stelessa and points, seeing the gladiator Tara, looking cocky and going, "She's about to get fancy and fuck it up. She always does this."
Incredible. Your wife, Tolessa, looks on with a sense of admiration as you point out your now very good friend, Tara Lionsborn. She is curled around your arm and is truly, like, more focused on enjoying your presence than she is speculating the match, but pointing out that a good friend is on the edge of victory does take her attention away from you and onto the arena.
Matter, babe. You've barely touched your bloodshed.
Within the... Oh, well, actually, let's get the description of Kip first before I move on.
Yeah. Okay. So Kip stands at a mighty 4'11", curly dark brown hair all over their head and their goat legs. Kip is a satyr.
Kip is a satyr.
And I've just realized I forgot to draw Kip's horns in the second. Never mind. Anyway, Kip wears a toga, indicating that Kip is a slut, but a professional slut. Kip has green eyes and has an olive complexion. That's it.
Alrighty. next person, within what isn't exactly the royals box of the Colosseum, but a section underneath it that is specialized and dedicated to people who place their faith within the Order of the Sustaining Mother. We find our darling Ibis. Ibis, you are speculating the match, looking over into the arena below. And next to you, we see, I have to remember the name. Hold on. I promise I'm prepared for this. I really do. Yes, you see Calliope, sitting next to you, smiling, and there is a palpable tension between the two of you. And it's in such small and subtle ways. It is Calliope resting her arm down and having it accidentally find your thigh before she quickly gets a redness in the face and whips her hand away and sits it back in her lap. Just the occasional soft touches and glances back and forth. And you can tell with a certainty that Calliope is having a difficult time focusing on the Colosseum match. Could you give us a description of what Ibis looks like?
Ibis has tan skin, kind of reddish hair. She is a Lamia
Yes.
variant.
Which is
kind of
go ahead. It's my replacement for the Yuan Ti. You are a Lamia, as is Lysandra, but Lysandra is a Gorgonic Lamia. But yes, snake person scales, the works. Do continue.
I think she would probably be dressed in just like casual clothes for this fight because I think it's like a normal everyday thing. But yeah. She's probably also kind of looking from the fight to Calliope, back to the fight, back to Calliope, like doing that kind of trying to focus on the fight, but not quite being able to.
Hey, baby. We can't hear you.
Ah,
There you go.
excellent. I am muted. Scuffed as hell. This is how we like it here, though. Calliope is an elven woman. One eye blue, the other eye with a scar over it, and white and blinded. She has platinum blonde hair. One half of her head is shaved. The other sort of goes over her other ear in a little bit of a flop. She has a very broad and muscular stature and is covered in intricate red tattoos. And she, like you, wears the adornments of the Order of the Sustaining Mother. However, unlike you, who is wearing the garb of a novitiate, she wears the garb of a member of higher station. The training garbs of a potential member of the secretive order within the Order of the Sustaining Mother, the Silent Sisters. All right. And we move on once again. to another individual who, by all rights, should be within the section of the Colosseum cordoned off for the Order of the Sustaining Mother. However, instead, she finds herself sitting among the common folk. Carlotta, could you tell us what Galatea looks like?
Sure. Galatea is a 5'10" woman, seemingly human. She has a let's see, what color did I write? Because I always forget this. God damn it. There we go. A very dark and rich brown hair. However, it appears as if it's recently started to grow, as if a very pale blue. Her arms are full of scars and burn marks from her time serving the Order of the Sustaining Mother. And she's always carrying some kind of weapon, be it her trusty maul or a mace. Also always wearing her sort of armor she bought with her family's riches, and used and customized for use in for the work as a member of the Order of the Sustaining Mother.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, well, also, her facial expression currently is one of both disgust and sadness at what she's witnessing.
Yes. For a reason that will be discovered later in the campaign, Galatea is one of the few people within the Colosseum who does not enjoy the spectacle of the gladiator matches. And there's a particular reason why that Galatea is aware of. Going back to Tara and your 22 strength athletics check, you wipe the blood off the corner of your face with a grin. Tense your hand around your longsword and rush down your opponent. You are a very strapped and muscular and very broadly built woman, but also you move with a grace and a dexterity that is not expected by those who would face you down in battle. Effortlessly, you close the distance between you and your opponent, who barely has time to react as you bring your sword to a position to swing and slam down with a very great and tremendous force.
Actually have a question before.
Sure.
May I use that 22 to finish him in a different way?
Yes, absolutely. Please give me the flavor of your coup de grace.
I want to get behind him, grab him by the chin and the back of the head, and just spin his head.
Love it. I'm going to continue the motion, but I will blend that in. You bring your sword down. It caves a good, I would almost like to say, half a foot into your opponent's shoulder. Using that leverage, you kick up on his chest, flip over behind him, turn around, grab him by the jaw and the back of the head, and with one solid, sickening motion, and your opponent slumps and drops into the sand. There's a beat of silence. Galatea, what is your passive perception?
Let's see. 12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay. Still, even with a 12, knowing what you know, Galatea, you are one of the only people in the audience who notices that some of the spots of blood in the sand coating the floor of the arena have faded rapidly. Just small dots and little spray patterns and splatters of vitae pulled into the earth. An uproar goes throughout the entire Colosseum as Tara Lionsborn wins yet another match. You see Tara within the audience. Some skeptics look at you with cocked eyebrows, as there is a rumor about your reputation as a fighter within circulation. Some are not pleased about your victory, but out of courtesy for the event itself, still cheer, but the sentiment is hollow and it is visible to you that it is such. You wait for the uproar to die down, and rapt attention turns up to the top of the Colosseum, where the viewing platform of the Empress Leora sits. And you see her rise and step up to the edge of the balcony, looks down and scans over her people, going from one side of the Colosseum to the other. An iron disc engraved with runes that sits upon the... I'm trying to remember. It's like the barrier that keeps you from falling off the balcony. I can't words right now. It's so dumb to not know this. But
Guardrail?
huh? Yeah,
The
like the guardrail. An iron disc inscribed with runes sitting upon the rail. Empress Leora places a palm upon it, and you see the runes alight. And her voice is amplified magically for the entire Colosseum to hear. A congratulations is in order for Tara Lionsborn, a gladiator with a very indignant beginning, but someone who has become a force to be reckoned with within our Colosseums. I honor you for your fight. I am in attendance because I have an announcement to speak upon my people. Very rarely do we find an initiate within the Order of the Sustaining Mother that carries herself with as much dignity, station, and loyalty as the woman I am about to name. It is with great honor and great satisfaction that I announce that the initiate Calliope is to be sustained and will join the ranks within the Silent Sisterhood. I would like all of you to thank her for her duty and for her service, and congratulate her for the great thing that she has become. But that is not my only announcement on this fine day. I have reigned in this empire for many, many a century. Sustainment has been kind to me, and I have lived on and had the honor of ruling my devout people for a lifespan far longer than would be natural to someone of my kind. I will be stepping down as Empress, but not immediately. Instead, my yet unborn daughter will take the position. That is right. I am with child. A thing we thought impossible for the sustained. But a miracle has happened. We will have another empress, and she will be named Iphigenia. And she takes her hand off of the disc. And again, an uproar goes throughout the crowd. An applause that is deafening. And it rings for minutes at a time. Tara, from down in the Colosseum, what is your reaction to the news that you have just been given?
I will wait until she is no longer being addressed, and then we'll just start taking her sword out of this dead man.
Okay.
She doesn't care about the Empress. She was brought here against her will and does not care about the affairs of the Empire. She cares about her friends that she lives with, and that's about it.
Okay.
She wants to get paid. She wanted to finish this fight because this guy deserved it, and she wants to get out of here.
Excellent. Tirfi, what is your reaction to the news that the Empress is with child? And that while she will be stepping down, she does have an heir on the way who will be taking over her position.
Her face darkens, and she begins to grit her teeth, gnawing on the pipe more, before finally taking it out before it snaps. It is not exactly that the dynasty will go on. That seemed like it would always be the case. Rather, it seems that sustainment, something that she has tried to understand for her entire life, since learning about what it was, is more complex than she thought, and also affords the Empress more abilities than originally intended. She will, I think, mutter to Lessa, perhaps not very well heard underneath the likely thrum of the crowd.
Uh-huh.
This makes things so much more complicated.
You see her match your dour and darkened gaze, for she also knows the implications of what this means. She rests a hand upon your thigh and gives it a very affirming squeeze. And she dips her head further so that no one can hear her response. And she says, I agree, it is unfortunate news, darling. But you are clever, and I have hopes that we will find a way to possibly make this good.
We will see. I have to see to Tara. And she is going to stand and offer a hand to her wife and begin leaving the stands in order to go meet Tara in the, like, gladiator restroom, locker room, I guess.
In the green room.
To see to any wounds she might have had during the fight.
All right, you and Talessa leave the stands and head further into the Colosseum so that you can tend to your star patient. Ibis, I would like to know two things from you. I would like to know first your reaction to the knowledge that Calliope is to be sustained. And second, your reaction to the knowledge that the queen has an heir, or that the empress has an heir.
I think first and foremost, like, if this is a moment where people are starting to get up, then she would get up and give Calliope a hug.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, she would just, like, pat her on the shoulder with, like, both hands, just be, like, tapping her on the shoulder and be like, oh my god, I didn't know that you could actually do that. Like, you're going to be sustained. That's amazing. Like, I'm so excited for you.
Calliope scoops you up into a hug, hands both placed upon the small of your back, and lifts you off the ground before she sets you back down with an ecstatic grin, and says, I knew it was possible. I did not expect it to be this soon. I was not. Thank you for helping me, for being someone that I can confide in, for not allowing me to give up. I wouldn't have gotten this far without you.
You're my best friend, of course, and you're going to be sustained, and I'm so happy. I think that Ibis is, like, actually shaking.
Hey Ibis, can you give me an insight check real quick?
Yeah. Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. Bonk. 23.
It's so subtle. But when you say friends, you see Calliope's long elven ears kind of fold back. But she keeps the smile and she keeps the demeanor, but you can see just a sense of, oh, friends.
I think that she puts her hands on, like, both sides of Callie's head and just, like, ruffles her hair a little bit.
You see her already wide smile grows to the point where it can't be uncomfortable for her face muscles.
I think I should also add that it's, like, very easy for Calliope to pick up Ibis, because Ibis is 5 foot and Calliope is, like, I think you said, like, 6 foot.
Oh yeah, she's 6 something. She's a big girl.
And then to the other information of, like, you wanted to know how her reaction was to the sustaining mother's news, I think.
Yes, the news that the great empress Leora Divia is with child.
I mean, first and foremost, I think she's, like, a little bit sad because, like, that's the living goddess, like the mortal goddess.
That is. She is the mortal goddess.
And her stepping down is probably just something Ibis has never thought was ever going to happen. So that's probably something that's going through her head. And also the fact that she's, like, with child is very, like, the wheels are turning, being like, well, how long? Like, when is she actually going to step down? Like, what's the official everything going to happen? Like, what's going to happen with the Order of the Sustaining Mother, with this new, like, child going to be the head of everything? Like, that kind of turning in her head. But right now, I think that she's just really excited for
Of
everything.
course.
So, that the mortal goddess can't be wrong. So, you know.
Yeah, the mortal goddess can't be wrong. And while that is not information that was rendered available to the public, you are aware, as a novitiate of the Order of the Sustaining Mother, that further news and details will probably be dispensed post-haste to you and the other initiates. Galatea, what is your reaction to the information of the new heir?
In relation to the new heir, she is actually saddened to know that the Empress is going to step down. But is also extremely hopeful about the next generation, that they'll do things right, and that, well, the daughter of the Empress is going to, well, essentially do better, improve, essentially.
Hope for the future.
Yeah.
Got it. Kip, you are going through the halls and on your way to leave the Colosseum after your hookup. However, you are also privy to the new knowledge. So, Kip, as you are heading out...
Well, hold on. Before Kip actually, like, is at the exit and hears the news, I would like Kip to have, how should I do this? Borrowed someone's concession? Someone's snack?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead and roll me sleight of hand real quick.
Alright. That's a 9.
So you... riding the confidence boost of absolutely killing it at the seduction game. You are walking elegantly through the halls before trying to reach for someone's Colosseum snack. And instead of your original plan, which was provide a brief distraction and grab the food before they could even notice, you ingraciously collide with the individual who turns around. But this is an individual you know.
Oh?
As the individual spins, you see a woman with long elven ears, wearing purple and blue robes, delicate silver accessories and ornaments. Her hair is black but fades to a pale bluish white. And there are glowing tear stains that are pulsing with magic. A book on her belt and a wand. And she turns, and you recognize this as, oh, this is your ex.
Oh no!
You see Azef looking at you, and her expression goes dour.
Can I convince you that around this time is when the announcement would happen?
Give me a d20.
The 3? Come on.
Sorry, hun. You don't get to
Yeah,
escape this confrontation.
Okay. Kip just kind of waves their hand and says, I am so sorry about running into you again. I'm gonna just go. Bye.
So you go to walk away?
Yep.
Fantastic. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. It's a 15. That's not too bad.
That wouldn't be too bad if your ex wasn't a member of the Crown Guard and was not a powerful wizard who detained magical criminals on the daily.
Mm-hmm.
And so you go to walk past her, and immediately you feel the hold person like put this great like Jovian weight on your body, and you are paralyzed as you are trying to walk.
Okay, yeah. Kip sighs and just goes, really, this?
And if you kind of move your eyes as far as they will go in your paralyzed head rendered unable to turn, you will see that she's not even looking at you. She has her wand pointed over her shoulder. And she tenses her hand around it and turns around and walks right in front of you. A letter?
Yeah.
Really? You left a slip of parchment for me to grab.
Hey, yes, I did. Okay, but in my defense, I was in a rush at the time. There was something going on. I had to leave, but I guess I could have done that better. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
You know, there are a lot of things that I think you could have done better. But
Yes, everyone is
that-
just mortal. We all make mistakes. But surely you're gracious enough to forgive me mine, right?
Give me persuasion with disadvantage.
Yeah, that tracks. A 16.
I actually have to roll. Hold on. You see her face sadden. You feel the spell fade and movement restore to your limbs. And Azef looks at you. And sighs and says, if I meant that little to you, I would rather you have just said it directly. And before you can even engage in a response, a prismatic arcane door opens behind her, and she takes a step back and fades through it. The door shuts and she disappears. And that is when the announcement from the Empress happens.
Yeah. Okay, so after that, Kip's like, oh, fuck, I got off easy. Oh, jeez. Oh, all right. Oof. But as soon as, like, the announcement is made, Kip looks up after taking a couple deep breaths and is like, gross.
Your response again, I just want to make sure I know that. I just want to make sure I have this understood correctly. Your response to learning that the Empress is with child is, and I quote, gross.
You gotta include the part. The little gross.
You know what? Honestly, can't fault the energy.
She's like,
I
what,
love it.
500 or something?
Oh, honey.
Gross.
500. No.
500,000.
Much much older than a mere 500 years.
Okay. On a scale of age to grossness, the correlation is undeniable.
Incredible. And finally, back to the individual with who we began this session, Lysandra. There are several things racking your mind at the moment. The prophecy you just received here in the stands, your friend's success on the battlefield, and the knowledge that the Empress is with child. First off, I would like to ask, and I would also like to introduce the audience to this mechanic. Just from the vision alone, would you say you received a mild, moderate, major, or monstrous amount of stress?
I am trying to find the number correlations for each. Like it's a D4 plus blit. Or
Yes.
2d4
Hold
plus
on.
bleed.
Let me find it.
It's breaking point.
Let me see. Life and death, stress and afflictions. Minor is a single point of stress, moderate is a D4, major is a D6, and monstrous is a D6 plus 4.
I think a D6.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that D6 for me.
Oh, okay, we're good.
Okay. Wow, you suffer a single point of stress as your mind is racking from the vision that you had just received. But Lysandra receives visions all the time from her collective patron. And there are more important things for you to dwell on for the time being. The knowledge that the Empress is with child. Where does that leave Lysandra?
I think she's more, like, the analytical part of her mind is trying to, like, dissect, like, patterns that were in the vision and everything, and she's like, cool, she's having a child, this is great, this is gonna be amazing for her and the Empire and everything, but there's a storm that's happening? Who is this person? I have to analyze every single person with this scale pattern. Black, red. I don't know. And that's just kind of like, she's like muttering, I guess, under her breath.
Actually, could you give me an intelligence check if you would be so kind?
Oh, I'm smart.
Straight intelligence, no modifiers.
I'm not smart. I am not thinking.
You, in fact, I think, instead of being able to hone in and think of one person who could have appeared in the vision, you instead, rather than going narrow field, you go wide cone and you think of every single possible person. And instead of narrowing down options, you just keep adding more people who possibly could have been in it. I'm actually going to have you take another 2 points of stress.
Okay. Good thing my stress is the highest, I think, with the 49.
Yes, your maximum stress is 49. It is very impressive.
Oh, good.
All right.
I mean, she's happy that Tara won. But like,
Happy that your friend
there are
won.
other things. There's other things on her mind right now.
Fair enough. People begin to stand from the risers and make their way out of the Colosseum, gossiping and talking about the fight, about the new member of the Silent Sisters, and most importantly and most prevalently, about the heir to the throne. The yet unborn Iphigenia Vivia. Or Divia, I'm sorry. Iphigenia Divia. And as everyone filters out of the Colosseum, you all begin to head back to your respective places of rest. Lysandra, you slither through the paved streets to return to your domicile, as does
Should I?
Tara after receiving medicinal care from Tirfi.
Mhm.
Lynx, Kipariso returns to the family vineyard. Ibis, you walked side by side with Calliope as you head back to the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother. Galatea returns to her own home. What were you going to ask me, Lysandra?
I was gonna ask, should I describe Lysandra? Because we never got to that.
Yes, we didn't do that. Go ahead and describe her now. I'm a professional.
We're all professionals here.
We're all professionals.
To all y'all in the crowd, Lysandra is technically 24 feet long, like from head to tail. Woman, like an lower body of like an albino boa constrictor. That has like black, kind of faded scales towards the end. She does slouch over, so she only stands at a humble 8 feet tall. She's a very large woman that wears like very intricate but red colored robes. It has like little knickknacks, like little skulls, vials. She probably has a card holder on her hip that has like her Turrak cards that she does her fortunes with. She is a Gorgon, so think of like typical Medusa kind of lore. So she's got the snake hairs that are individual little snakes. And then the weirdest thing about her is that she has a black blindfold around her eyes, but somehow knows where she's going. And it might be because there's a little house-sized cat, or like the size of a household cat.
A house-sized cat. You heard it here first.
House-sized cat. You know, a cat. Your normal household cat. That's what I meant. Yeah, Ghibli-sized cat does. Yeah. But he is a light drake, and his name is Typhon.
A small, prismatic-scaled yellow drake the size of a house cat, wings folded into his back, crawling up on your shoulders. Now, here's my question. Despite being covered by a blindfold, what is the general, like, color and image of Lysandra's eyes? Because whatever that is the style of eye that Typhon assumes when you are using his vision to guide yourself.
I always had it like a deep purple. So like amethyst in color.
And you are moving through the streets of the great city-state of the Yuridian Empire. You return home.
I can enlarge Typhon. He could be a house-sized cat.
You do have enlarge reduce. You can make him quite big.
Big boy.
A question for anybody to answer if they see fit. Is there anything any of you would do upon getting home or instead of going home after the Colosseum match ends?
Galatea would attempt to see if she can talk to what was her name? You just said it, and Ibis's friend-zoned friend.
Oh,
essentially.
Calliope.
Calliope, yes. Her. Galatea is going to try and reach her if she can.
Of course, you trying to get out of the section of the Colosseum that is meant for the common or unsustained folk. You sort of have to indelicately push yourself through the crowd in order to get out of the Colosseum in any good manner of time. And you your sandals click as you run down the cobblestone. And you find Ebis and Calliope walking through the city streets on the way back to the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother. And Ebis, you see your acquaintance, Galatea, come charging up from behind, very much with a purpose and with a desire to speak.
Yeah. I'm imagining that Ebis and Calliope would probably be in like a group with other people heading back to the cathedral.
Oh,
kind of
of
like a
course.
spread out group.
You're with a group of other novitiates, some Silent Sisters and other members of just the regular Order of the Sustaining Mother, who are crowding around Calliope and congratulating her, and are overall making merry and readying for celebration at both of the things that were announced. So Galatea, rather than stepping up to two people, you step up to a crowd of members of the Order of the Sustaining Mother. And as you approach, you see a few of them side-eye you and do not look very enthused about your presence here. But you step up regardless.
Yeah. Galatea is going to step as close to Calliope as she's allowed by the group in general, and tell her
there are no physical barriers that are preventing you from stepping up to Calliope. It is truly just the judgments of everyone here that might stop you from advancing.
Perfect. Then Galatea steps right up to Calliope.
You see some of the other initiates take a step back, and one of the Silent Sisters actually get closer to you as you step up to Calliope.
And Galatea is only going to, is going to stare at Calliope directly into her eyes and say, I expect you to do what's correct and leave.
Give me a strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics check. Your choice.
Okay, so you said strength, dexterity, acrobatics, or athletics?
Yes. Give me an athletics or an acrobatics check. Whichever you prefer. Okay. Athletics. Natural
God damn
one.
God damn it!
So you get up in Calliope's face, tell her that you expect to do the right thing, and you go to turn on your heel and step away, and you feel your arm grabbed by the Silent Sister who had closed the distance from you, pull you close, and you feel the knuckles press against your chin before you hear the sound of it. The rush of air comes after the impact, and stars fill your gaze. And she looks at you and leans in and goes, and what exactly do you think the correct thing is? Go ahead and educate us, why don't you? Traitor!
Well, I turned traitor for a reason. You don't lie?
You see the woman looks at you and goes, you would spit heresy in front of a Silent Sister?
Heresy? What are you talking about?
The implication that the Order of the Sustaining Mother would be correct to betray and to step away from, calling us No, I think the implication is you are saying that the order is bad. Is that not what you are saying?
No.
Then please do clarify for me, because I would love to know exactly what you mean here.
What I mean is that my hopes for Calliope here is that she does not abuse her new position and does what is right for the Empress and her subjects.
Give me persuasion or deception, whichever one you think it is here.
Persuasion and 13.
You feel the woman's heel catch behind your leg and pull it out from under you. You are knocked into the cobblestone beneath your feet, and you feel the air knocked out of your chest. You see, she reaches onto her belt, pulls a dagger, and puts it right up to your sternum, and says, "Next time, you leave the business of the Silent Sisters to those who actually joined them. If you approach again, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson the way that I prefer. Is that made clear, Galatea?"
Oh, it most definitely is.
Good. I'm glad we are on the same page. And she sheathes the dagger back, puts a hand on Calliope's back, and says, "Let us away." And Ibis, it is up to you with what you want to do, but the rest of your order is returning their travel back to the order.
I think Ibis, yeah, she's just kind of stunned by all of this. Like, first off, by, like, the fact that Galatea was here and, like, basically spouting, like, heresy in front of a bunch of Silent Sisters, which takes guts. But I think Ibis just kind of mouths sorry, or like a wave. Just like waves to her and then makes her way back to Calliope's side. Probably like hooks her arm into Calliope's arm. And like moves back with the order because those are her people. Like that's where she
And
is.
so it is done. You give Galatea, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think both a look of apology, but also I think perhaps, even if it is unconsciously and not the intention, I think a look of pity.
I think that's exactly what it is that she's sorry that this went down the way that it did, but also genuinely, I think she feels pity for anybody who isn't a member of the Order of the Sustaining Mother anymore, because that's just the way that it is.
Fair enough.
Yeah. She isn't a Silent Sister, which is sad. So, Ibis.
So you look at Galatea with pity before stepping back in line with the rest of the other initiates. You see the Silent Sister who had gotten up in Galatea's face. Hold on. I have to come up with a name for this character now.
I have a suggestion.
What?
Christopheles.
What? Christopheles? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Lovingly, no.
With
Ibis,
love,
you
take
you
that
know
idea.
her you know her to be Decima, Decima. And you see Decima is comforting Calliope, and is just apologizing for the behavior of Galatea. Vilya will be the next one, Frozen. But yes, Decima is just comforting Calliope, and apologizing for Galatea's rude and unbecoming behavior.
I mean, of course, you're going to do the correct thing. It's the Order of the Sustaining Mother. They would never do the wrong thing. We know what we're doing.
And in fact, Decima will, say to Calliope, you do not need to worry about the thoughts or opinions of someone who was all but officially excommunicated from the Order. Galatea is a thing we tolerate. She is not a thing you have to listen to.
Side note, for all of that interaction, the moment Galatea was started to be confronted, a smile grew on her face as her point was essentially proven for her.
Fair enough. If Galatea leaves that interaction thinking it is a victory, then that is not something I think we should take away from her.
Mhm. Yeah, I think Ibis joins Decima in trying to comfort Calliope. Yeah.
The weight of your words affect Calliope more than Decima's do. Your comfort is the thing that was important to her. You return to the Order of the Sustaining Mother, the great and opulent cathedral which you have called home since you were but of the age of 12. You step in with the rest of the initiates and with the scant few Silent Sisters who accompanied you directly to congratulate Calliope. And as you all step into the cathedral, you see Leora herself with a smile awaiting you. And you see a large council hall that has other members of the Order all sitting within its pews. Leora reaches out to Calliope directly and says, "Do approach, darling." You feel a squeeze of your hand, Ibis, before Calliope breaks away and steps down the carpeted line between all the sets of pews and steps up to the Empress. You know that the Empress personally is in attendance after the announcement of sustainment to bless whoever is to be sustained before she and the other Silent Sisters perform the ritual in private quarters.
I think Ibis is just... Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I think Ibis is just in awe, seeing Empress Leora.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
You have seen her countless times since your induction into the Order. And the magnificence and splendor of the Sustaining Mother, the heir of prosperity, the glory of Yuridia, the mortal goddess, never ceases to take the breath directly from your lungs. And you are not alone in this sentiment. All members of the Order of the Sustaining Mother grow silent in veneration in her presence. Calliope steps up, nervous and fidgeting and sweating, to the Sustaining Mother. The Empress smiles, kind and immaculate, and outstretches her hand. You see Calliope place both hands in hers, and the Empress places another hand on top. The words of the Empress's blessing are unknown to you. They are sent through a spell to only the receiver. So you do not know what it is like to receive this blessing. You do not know what the Sustaining Mother ever says. But whatever it is enough to make tears well in Calliope's eyes. And a smile stretches across her lips. And you see a divine glow of positive energy emanate from the Empress and flow effortlessly into Calliope, who stands up straighter and whose spine straightens out. And a final brilliant glow emanates from the eyes of not the Empress, but from Calliope, from the receiver of this energy, before the Empress takes her hands away and gestures to the Silent Sisters who are sitting in the front pews, and says, "The time of glorious ceremony is at hand. Calliope has accepted my blessing and is due to be sustained immediately. Silent Sisters, one and all, I beg of thee to follow and to witness the induction of another to your glorious ranks. Calliope, it is with a great honor that you are sustained on this day." The Empress turns, walks behind a brilliant red velvet curtain into a back room. The Silent Sisters march along in tow. And Calliope takes one last moment to turn around and look back at you with a wide and proud grin.
I think in that moment, Ibis mouths, good luck to her. And just kind of stares straight at that curtain.
And Calliope bows to you, and very jokingly and lovingly says, "It's not like I'm leaving. I'll be right back." Thank you, though. I appreciate your help. And Calliope
great.
steps, walks behind the curtain. And you head back to your room within the cathedral. Ibis, when you step into your chambers, you see your perfectly made bed, all of your personal trinkets and affectations put up and on display and in the exact place that you left them. The entire room meticulously made perfect. But there was one thing that is now here that was not when you left for the match.
Mm-hmm.
There is a missive, an envelope in faded paper, and the wax seal of the Order of the Sustaining Mother sits cleanly on your bed.
Okay. If everything looks the same, which I think she would absolutely do, like a double take of, okay, everything is here, everything is good, everything is normal, except for this thing. I mean, it's just a letter. She's gonna pop that open.
Okay.
And it has the seal of the... You said it has the seal of the Sustaining Mother?
Of the Order,
Right?
that indeed.
So, yeah. Pop that bad boy open.
You pop it open, and you take out the missive. Within the Order of the Sustaining Mother, and in general within the Yuridian Empire itself, there is a what I could only describe as like a help system that government employees are required to enroll in. And this allows people who work for the Empress to get orders and missions from her directly. Reading over the missive, you and 5 other people have all been given a mutually shared mission that involves investigating whatever magical corruption is infecting and tainting the water supply within the town. It is not a very uncommon rumor at all that the water that feeds the people of Yuridia has recently gained some kind of magical aberration to it. That the quality of the water is no longer fit for the consumption of you or any other Vir. And it has been delegated that you are to be one of the people who is to look into it.
Yeah. So this is like a pretty big deal. Does it list any other names? Or is it just...
No, it does not list names. It does, however, list a location where you are to go to receive more details on the mission, like a dossier and things like that.
Okay.
We then move to Lysandra, returning back to her home. You step into your truly, I think, opulent domicile. Brilliantly decorated with hand-carved marble that is veined in gold. The finest silks making up your curtains. Furniture made by master craftsmen. A couch that you cannot use because you are a Gorgon and you have an incredibly long serpent tail. And just what I think is perhaps a house that is not only far too majestic for Lysandra, but also doesn't actually accommodate her all that well either. It looks beautiful. It was not built for your anatomy.
No.
And as you slither in through your front door, thanks me, your front door, my goodness, as you slither in through your front door, Melty Pup, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. What you get are not letters. Instead, sitting on a table within your living room, there is a perfect obsidian orb that sits upon a pedestal. And this is how your orders and such are communicated to you. And the orb is pulsing with runes, indicating that it is storing a message that you had received while you were out.
She is very careful, slithering her way over there. If a bust falls over because her tail kind of smacks it, that'll be for someone else to pick up.
Incredible. I feel like there is one like vase that you always end up knocking over whenever you come into your house, and it always ends up getting replaced whenever you return.
Yes. Yeah, Kara gets the broom out.
But you head over to that table. And you place a hand upon the orb. And you see, actually, funnily enough, just to make this go full circle, you see Decima, the Silent Sister, holding an obsidian orb as well as she is transmitting the message to you. And she just sort of looks off blankly into space. It's almost like looking at a particular point in the wall while recording the message so that her eyes don't deviate, and that she's always kind of looking into Lysandra's eyes given her proportions. And she explains the very same thing that was explained to Ibis. That you and Tara both are supposed to report to a private chamber outside of the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother to receive further details on this mission. But you have been called to investigate the tainted water supply that has ever so recently become an issue and has made it difficult for the common and unsustained members of the Order's populace to stay hydrated and to stave off a potential drought.
Okie dokie. It's not something I have to respond back to. It's just like a one-way.
I think it's very similar to like sending,
Yeah.
where you can imbue a response into the orb and send it back to the receiver.
Okay. Is there like a timeline that we have to be there, or is it like pronto? Like she gets the feeling that it's like, oh, we have to go now.
The next dawn is when you are supposed to arrive there.
Okay. Yeah, her response would be just very simple, like, message understood. We will show up post-haste in the morning.
Excellent. Tirfi, you and Tolessa walk through the streets of the Yuridian Empire. The beautifully paved and maintained roads slowly beginning to crumble and come into disarray as you get closer and closer to the section of the city that you call home. And you come in to a very, very mismatched and not well planned, little cordoned off, almost like mini village within the city, that is bustling with other members of the newly created Turrak. Other boar-like humanoids who are in more tattered clothing, who overall this part of the city isn't well maintained. And it is always a saddening thing for you to return to. There is a wooden gate that you step through to get into this section of the city. And you and Tolessa enter it arm in arm. You see your house and place of business, your home and your apothecary shop, which are next to each other and somewhat merged to be a single building. You see a couple of sick citizens. Some of them are members of the Turrak, but there are humans and halflings and elves, all sitting in rags outside of your shop, which was mandatorily closed so that you could go to the Colosseum. And I imagine you would have much rather preferred to be in there and treating these people since the day began.
I have to lose a day of business to go watch my buff bimbo murder somebody.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, correct.
You love watching my match.
You are a government employee. It is mandatory that you attend Coliseum matches.
Mandatory entertainment.
Mandatory
You must-
entertainment.
You must smile 90% of the time.
Pretty much. If people didn't get the gist of it, this empire sucks. This place is shit and is not nice to live in. But you step up to your shop and undo the padlock and chain on the door. Because you are sadly aware. While you might understand and empathize with it, you must make extra precautions to shut down your alchemist shop. Otherwise, it will be raided, and all of your medicines will not be there by the time you return.
They also need to know how to mix and apply them. They might just kill themselves.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good. You can't have shit in the Empire of Detroit. Thank you, Gabo. I appreciate it. That's so
Wow.
funny.
Yeah, once the shop is open, she will address the people gathered around the doorstep.
Oh, so one thing that is of note, as you step into your shop, on one of the tables, you're not sure how she left this here when you weren't looking, but there is a salt preserved, beautiful, like displacer beast carcass that has been skinned and is just sitting on the table for you, and you know exactly who left this for you. Yeah, I like there's a little paper with chicken scratch from Tara with love.
My cat has left me another corpse to butcher.
And you know, you can actually use Displacer Beast tentacles as an alchemical ingredient. But you get your business up and running after at least half a day of being out because of government obligation.
We'll make tea for the visitors.
I love it. And you spend, you and Tolessa both spend a good portion of your afternoon preparing poultices and other medicinal remedies, gels, and just anything that someone could need that is in your ability to make.
I also share the most important detail of the shop.
Please do.
Tolessa is a ceramic artist, potter, and makes the containers for most of whatever Tirfi puts together. And it is both a pottery and apothecary, and it is called Pots and Potables.
Pots and Potables. I love that. But yeah, so she is sitting at her I know there's a proper term for it. The fucking wheel thing that you whatever. And she is laboring with that all day, preparing more vessels for you to dispense medicines from, and putting them in their kilns, while also helping you load and pack medicines in the already made jars and dispensing them to your clients. Centrifuge, thank you. Yes, the wheel thing, whatever. That's the canon name. Such wise naming from our dear sage. Listen.
Engraved in the side. Wheel thing, whatever.
But yes, you spend a day dispensing medicines. And at the very end of the day, a man in a brass breastplate, leather waistcloth, sabatons, greaves. I'm sorry, not greaves. Bracers, thank you. And a helmet with a large feathered plume on the top comes in with the same envelope that has been given to Ibis. And hands it off at around dusk. And again, the same mission. Next dawn, meet at this small hut, or small debriefing area on one of the sides of the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother. And the government is making you do more work for them. It is not your problem to fix the water supply, but the Empress is making it your problem to fix the water supply.
I mean, if she's one of the minds in the city who can think of how to stop the water supply from being poisonous,
not saying that you're not saying that you're not qualified for the job, but
just being voluntold.
Yeah, this is a worse version of jury duty. But you receive this missive, and the soldier marches out without speaking to you any pleasantries. Just walks in, gives you the note, hoofs it back around, and leaves the shop.
I don't expect any pay as mentioned in the missive.
Pay is mentioned in the missive, actually.
Okay, that makes it.
But the pay is yet to be negotiated. You are promised pay. You are not promised a value.
She will notify Tolessa of the contents privately.
Okay. And you still spend another good part of your night treating the sick and the infirm within this quarter of the city. We move on again to Kipariso. This is earlier in the day. You are walking home from the Colosseum and heading back to your family's vineyard.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's a bit outside of the city. It's gonna take a few hours to walk back. No big deal.
Oh, for sure. Especially because you are hiking down a mountain. It's like, so what it is, the geography of this area. It's not quite continent-sized, but the land of Izun is a massive atoll. There's a large ring of jungle known as Turrak. And in the middle of the atoll, there is a large island with a mountain growing from the center. The peak is flattened, and that is what the city-state of the Yuridian Empire is built upon. And at the base of a mountain, there is a stretch of jungle and a beach, and that is generally the area where your vineyard is built.
Okay.
But as you
Well, hold on.
descend,
About
go ahead.
what time would Kip get back?
Oh,
roughly in the
you'd
day?
probably get back around mid-afternoon.
Okay.
But that depends on another thing.
Oh, yeah?
As you are heading down to the base of the mountain, first of all, sitting near the base, you see a large leonine shape. Large lion body and legs, a pair of wings, and a very beautiful, somewhat humanoid, but still feline shape, or a feline face. It is resting on its front paws as you get to the bottom of the mountain. And as you approach, this sphinx gets up and turns to you and smiles as you approach.
Oh, no. Okay.
The Sphinx
this
was
is
not
the Sphinx.
here when you started walking up the other day. Or like at the earlier in the day. The Sphinx was not here when you were going up the mountain.
Okay. Big creature. Probably not gonna let me go around it. Probably kind of strong. Smart. I'm gonna bow.
You bow to the Sphinx, and the Sphinx smiles and sort of straightens up her shoulders. And she looks at you, and says, "First thing, are you alone or traveling with a group?"
I am reuniting with the group imminently.
She nods. I am Isetis. For one correct answer to a riddle that shall be asked, you will be allowed passage.
Awesome.
For the
Yes.
second answer, I will return to my lair and burden no others. And for the third answer, I offer a boon.
And what happens if I get any one of those wrong?
She leans her head forward and rests her chin on her paws, and she says, "You'll just have to find out, won't you?"
Now, tell me if I'm wrong. You're gonna eat me, aren't you?
Give me an insight
Now,
check.
he says it like in a joking way, like, awesome.
Give me an insight check.
Okay. 17?
17?
Uh-huh.
She smiles as you imply that that you're going to be eaten, but she is playing along, and that is not actually her plan. But she wants you to think that it is.
Okay. Not getting eaten. Writing that down. All right.
You have 15 minutes to answer all 3 riddles correctly.
All right. Shoot me with the first one then.
She leans forward and says, "Who is the father who has twice 6 sons? These sons have 30 daughters apiece, party-colored, having one cheek white and the other black. They never see each other's face, nor live for more than 24 hours each.
Hey, Bestie, am I supposed to know the answer to this? Is it something I would know at all?
You can give me an intelligence check.
Okay. With my +0, that's a critical failure.
It's too,
That was a
Kip is
natural
too
one.
dumb and horny for this.
So
And
The
you are on
Sphinx-
the same level.
the Sphinx sees your eyes are completely vacant, and the Sphinx moves on to the second riddle.
Okay.
A thing there is whose voice is one, whose feet are 4 and 2 and 3. A mutable thing is none. What moves in earth or sky or sea. When on most feet this thing doth go, its strength is weakest, and its pace is most slow. Give me an
Yes.
intelligence check.
Okay, thanks. 17. That's better.
Okay. I will give you the third riddle. I'll give you the third riddle, and then we'll go over what Kip knows.
Okay.
Okay, and the third riddle is: I never was, and always to be. No one ever saw me, and never will. Yet I have the confidence of all who live and breathe. What am I?
You know, that's the problem with riddles. You're looking for one specific answer, but I could answer a dozen different ways. Huh.
An answer that works is an answer I will accept.
Okay.
Now, do you want to
Okay.
take a? Do you as the person want to take a crack at the third riddle, or do you want to roll an intelligence check? Either is fine.
Give me the text for it, and I'll roll an intelligence check, and then I can maybe give one of my answers.
Okay.
I can try.
I will post them in No Mic. You can see all the
you.
riddles.
Awesome.
So yeah, give me an intelligence check for the third riddle.
Okay. So that's a 7.
A 7. Okay.
But I have an idea of how I could maybe answer the last one. I have no idea for the other ones.
Sure. If you have an idea for an answer to the third riddle, please.
But it's not that good. So what does a 17 get me for the second one?
For the second one?
Yeah.
Sure. For the second one. Bum. All right, so breaking it down a little bit. Hold on, I'm getting my own notes. I know the answer to the riddle, but I'm trying to explain how the thought process you would get here, like how you would figure it out.
Okay. So yeah, at the first riddle, the thing about the father and the sons, Kip's face just kind of drops, their ears go down. They're like, oh, they're serious about this. Oh, okay. So they focus on the second one. And start
Focus on the
thinking.
second riddle. A thing there is whose voice is one, whose feet are 4 and 2 and 3. So mutable a thing is none that moves in earth or sky or sea. When on most feet this thing doth go, its strength is weakest, and its pace most slow. So, to give you hints, because I still want to see if you can get it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a thing that has 4 feet, then 2 feet, then 3 feet. It is slowest and weakest when it is moving with 4 feet.
Is this the one where it's just a person?
That's up to you. I'm giving you hints. If you think you know the answer, please.
Because, like, what walks on 2 legs, or 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs, and blah, 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 3 at night, whatever.
Uh-huh. Is that what you want to bank on?
No.
Are you sure?
Oh, no. God, okay. So,
I'm so glad you're doing this, Lynx.
Really? Because I'm not.
I'll say,
I'd be
I will say legitimately, you're on the right track.
Okay, alright. So, it's mutable? So mutable, a thing is none. It's immutable?
Yes, it is immutable.
Which means it doesn't change.
Yes, it's not changing its shape when it is moving from 4 feet to 2 feet to 3 feet. Its shape is not changing, and it is weakest and slowest when it only has 4 feet to walk on.
And it can fly and go on land and in water.
It knows how to move in earth or sky or sea.
I mean,
You were on the right track.
personage of some sort, but it's probably a bit more specific than just a person. But it's probably not like specifically man or woman or human even, because
My
there's so many
question
different species.
is this Kip thinking out loud?
Okay, Kip is probably at least muttering to themselves a little bit.
Okay,
like,
Kip is muttering to themselves. Okay, so I'm gonna make a roll for the Sphinx, actually.
Okay.
The Sphinx will look at you and smile as you are going on about the second riddle. And the Sphinx will just lean forward and go, "You're overthinking it."
You know, I've been told I tend to do that. Kind of a character flaw of mine, apparently. Okay, so simplifying. A creature? No.
No,
'Cause
not a
all creatures
creature.
can-
It
yeah,
is a specific
sorry. No,
creature.
that's not my answer. Well, if it's not a person, then what's simpler than a person?
What
A
you are
lot of
looking
things.
for is... The Sphinx wouldn't normally help with this, but you're on the right track, so I think the Sphinx is going to give you a freebie. And the Sphinx...
has fun doing riddles.
Yeah,
It's
the
no
Sphinx
fun if
having
people are just
fun.
completely stumped.
Yeah, so the Sphinx goes, "A creature is too broad. A person is too narrow."
Humanoid?
What's
that's
the
not my
term?
answer either.
I have a different term for humanoid in this setting, though.
Oh, fuck, you do! Oh, no. I don't know what it is. I forgot.
There is a section in the Discord that has a glossary of important terms. Void's got it. Void has given it to you.
No, I'm not looking. I'm gonna do it myself. An independent young individual who can read. Veer! It's a veer, right?
So as you say the veer, you see the Sphinx smile, lean forward, and get really up in your face. Big old smile, and she goes,
You have beautiful teeth, by the way.
"Is the veer your answer?"
Oh, I feel like I might regret this, but yes, that's my answer.
The Sphinx stands up, smiles, and goes, "You've got it." Oh, it was wonderful seeing your thoughts race as you were fighting yourself for the answer. It was so amusing.
Well, I am a performer.
There's still 2 more riddles.
You know what? I think I'm good with just that one. You know what?
Fine.
Fuck anyone else. You can keep having your fun. I don't care.
You see the
Just let me
Sphinx
go.
smile. The Sphinx smiles and goes, "Your passage is granted. I will see you
Thank you very
tomorrow."
much. Yeah. Yeah, you might.
On 2 correct answers, I return to my lair. But you already know 1 right answer, so you can pass for free.
Okay. Well, I will keep that in mind. Thank you. And goodbye, esteemed one.
You see the Sphinx looks at you, and again it goes, Isitis.
Cetus, right. I won't forget it.
The Sphinx will say, "You won't forget it."
Nope. I'm very good with names, actually.
Fantastic. Next time you see me, if you call me by your name, or call me by my name, you will have a clue on one of the riddles.
Oh. A
So,
little saucy with the
don't
hints.
forget
Thanks.
it.
Okay, yeah, Kip fucks off.
Kip fucks off.
Okay, writing down that's a hint. Sphinx said their name is a hint. Excellent. Okay. After that.
No, if
Kip
you say,
really
if you
goes
call
on.
them by their name, they will give you a hint.
Oh, okay. Said all of them.
You walk past Isitis, having your mind thoroughly fucked with, and you begin heading further down the beach to the vineyard. Approaching the vineyard, you see up on one of the walls an individual sitting up with a lyre plucking away at the strings. They have long brown hair and 4 streaks in the middle, 1 streak corresponding to each season of the year. So there is a green streak, a yellow streak, an orange streak, and a white streak. They wear breastplate armor, sandals with brass sabatons, bracers, and they have a sword delicately tied to their hip. And you, again, recognize this individual.
Yeah. Yeah, Kip just looks up at the individual and goes, "Oh my god, you Doris?"
And you look up and so see the Eladrin bard, Eudoris, smile as you approach, and say, "Sphinx take you a while too?"
How did you know?
I'll be honest, I knew the answers to all 3 riddles, but I didn't want the Sphinx to go away, because I think it's funny, so I only answered one of them.
Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, then what's the answer to the other ones, huh? Huh?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Uh-huh, it's because you don't know them.
I do know them.
Okay, whatever. Get down here. Let me hug you. It's been ages.
And he kicks off and lands on the sand in front of you, does a gracious and graceful bow before she stands back up and says, "Come here, Kip."
You've always been such a show-off.
Well, I learned it from the best, did I not?
Oh, you started it. You know, you're the one who taught me the lyre in the first place. It's all your fault that I turned out this way.
I have missed laying my eyes upon your delicate form. Do you know that?
Aw, did you just call me skinny? Flattery will get you everywhere.
And Eudoris takes you in an embrace, spins you around, and then sets you back down. And says, "By the way, you did not hear it from me, but one of the Empire's couriers, who took so long to answer the Sphinx's riddle, honestly, it was hilarious, came by with a missive."
Oh, no, not one of those.
Sorry, you've got work, honey.
Ah, I can't just bail town.
No,
Come on.
Unfortunately, it's not that easy.
Would you run away with me?
I mean, any day, darling, but not this time.
All right. Man, what a day. There's like, for the whole, like, baby thing, what the fuck was that about? And a
I
sphinx
know.
and a yeah, like, she's ancient. It's just dust down there, right? Yikes.
You carry with you a level of crassness that lifts the weight off the shoulders, I tell you.
I'm glad you enjoy my dirty jokes.
I enjoy you. But yes, also the dirty jokes.
Like, okay, we're bards, right? You know, I don't even know what to rhyme with baby. Rabies? I have to write some kind of poem about this stupid birth child empress spawn now. Ugh.
Look, honestly, I think the harder part is finding a name that rhymes with Iphigenia. I mean,
Oh,
what
God,
kind of
I'm not
name?
even gonna try.
I know. It's. I mean,
Maybe
way to challenge the bards, of course, but my goodness.
You know, I don't like a challenge. Not really.
And you see they smirk and goes, "That is not the Kip I know. What happened to you?"
What happened? You know, life. Sorry, I'm just thinking about what rhymes with infant now. And can't. Elephant? Oh, that'll get me arrested for sure.
You feel Uterus place his hand on your jawline and rub a finger across your cheekbone and say, "You are always working, aren't you?"
Yeah, you know, the entertainer's life never quits.
Fair enough. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
wait.
balancing it with also being a guard. I mean, come on.
Hip grabs their hand on their own face and goes, "Wait, speaking of guard, you'll never guess who I literally ran into today. Like, I sent their popped grain flying. It got all over the floor. Guess.
Oh
Go on.
my goodness. You don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Uh-huh.
Don't tell me. Was it the paladin?
I don't know. Was it? Was it?
Nope. She's not a paladin.
Okay, no, not that one. Other one.
The barbarian?
No, not that one either. I think I left town a while ago.
The
Different one.
seamstress.
No, not the seamstress. What does that have to do with guards? No, try again.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I was just having fun guessing at this point. Was it her?
I don't like the way you say that. Jeez.
The frigid bitch.
Okay, I mean, they're frigid now.
I mean, that's fair. She wasn't frigid before. You certainly did do a number on her, didn't you?
Shut up. But yeah, I ran into her, him, them, fuck. Oh man, I'm so frazzled still from it, cause like they magicked on me. They made me stand completely still. I don't like to be still.
You see, he smiles, and goes, "Well, that is what you get for breaking up with a wizard with a slip of paper? I mean, come
know.
on."
Okay, but what was I supposed to do? You know I don't like commitment.
And you see Eudorus looks and says, well, I'm plenty aware of that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you know me so well. But yeah, anyway. I got out of that situation by, like, the skin of my teeth. This is why I haven't been to town in forever. I have dreaded seeing them again, and, like, I'm still just twitchy thinking about it.
Ah, you are delightful.
I'm glad you find delight in me.
Eudoris gets real close, hand still on your cheekbone.
Mm-hmm.
Before you see she very quickly moves it under your chin, and before you can blink, you find yourself back against the wall. And he leans in real close, and says, well, I mean, there's a lot of things I find in you.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And now you're just showing off how much stronger than me you are. That's not fair. You got so
I
much
think
tall. I used to
I'm
be the tall
quite
one.
charming, thank you.
Yeah. I bet you tell that to all the ladies.
Oh, well, there's one who I tend to favor a little bit more.
Yeah, is it that cosmetics lady?
Not her.
No? I thought you really liked her. What about the
I mean, I
the
did
one
like
that's
her, but...
Yeah. But, okay, what about that one that sells, like, the novelty crabs in, like, the fancy nobles district?
Yeah, I
Like,
mean...
that was the thing.
I mean, it was a brief thing.
I mean, brief, but, like, intense from what I heard.
And you see, like, Eudoris sort of, like, leans into his own palm a little bit and then goes... I should use sending. And very quickly, like, whips a spell, whispers words into his palm, and blows them out, and you see just the lingering trail of magic begin to cascade up the mountainside. And he turns and goes,
Call.
I've got to keep myself busy somehow in between shifts, don't I?
Of course.
He lifts from underneath your chin and gives you a very delicate kiss before he releases his hand and goes, you have a job from the government to do. And I have a crab merchant to go say hello to.
Yeah. What was that one's name again?
Does it matter?
I mean, I'm curious. I want to know who this person is who's taken away my bestie. Like, I was gonna invite you to dinner and everything, even though, well, you know, Mom never turns anyone down for dinner. It's fine.
I can get past the Sphinx again. I can be back later.
Oh, okay then. I have no idea what Mom's making, but it's probably great. All her cooking is, and I promise I won't help.
But if you must know, not to name a dame, but her name is Rhea.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that. And Kip taps their forehead.
I mean, she's a real good time. I can put in a word for you.
Oh, you know what? No, I think I'm gonna steer clear of anyone with crabs.
You see Eudoris cackles at the obvious joke. Before removing her hand from your neck, and says, for real, do be safe out there.
Oh, you know I never am.
That's fair, that's fair. Can't teach an
have
old
Mr.
goat new tricks, can I?
Shut up. I have missed your casual platonic intimacy, though. Get so lonely out on the road.
I mean, I might have peeked at the note, and you'll have 5 people to develop plenty of platonic intimacy with.
Oh, I'm stuck with other people?
Oh, yes, it is a group gig, unfortunately.
The temptation of running away with you has never been stronger.
I know. One day, someday, we shall leave the Empire behind. It's kind of a hard place to get out of, isn't it?
Unfortunately.
Alright, go make wine or whatever it is you do here.
Okay, I don't make the wine. All of my cousins.
Go
and
drink
siblings
the
and
wine.
parents do. That's what I'm gonna do.
Fair enough. And do tell me if you find a rhyme for Iphigenia, please and thank you.
Okay. Queenia. That's awful. No. Okay, I'll keep thinking about it.
Such a beautiful musician. Such an awful poet.
Shut up. You know, I do write a lot of my own lyrics, okay? I will have you know that.
You do have a way with words, do not get me wrong, but your skill has always been in the fingers.
I mean, you're not wrong. But I have at least, like, 2 hits right now, okay?
Eudoris gives you a delightful bow, and she heads back up in the direction of the Empire proper.
Yeah, and Kip yells after them, don't be late! Mom hates that!
I won't. And off they go.
Yeah. And Kip
Also,
is
a
going
stretch
to-
and a hydrate.
Yes, you stretch, and I will tell everyone Kip does after this, tete-a-tete? A little...
Tete-a-tete.
So yeah, Kip, is much, lifted by that interaction compared to earlier. So they kind of prance into the estate, and by estate I mean where everyone in Kip's family lives. So Kip has like over 10 siblings and like 1 million cousins and uncles that all live there and run the winery. So it's pretty big. But Kip goes out to the main building, where they gather all their little cousins and siblings and entertain them with the tale of what happened that day. Very dramatically, of course.
Very dramatically, of course.
Yes.
It is rare that members of your family do make journeys to the Empire proper, but you are a hired bard. And so pretty much everything your family knows about the goings-on of the Empire come directly from you. And there have been, I imagine, many an occasion where you've twisted the story for the sake of entertainment.
Oh, absolutely. This whole thing has gotten way more dramatic in like the 10 minutes since they told the same story to Eudoris.
Incredible. And as was mentioned, you do get the note.
Mm-hmm. I assume one of the little cousin siblings brings it up to them.
And we move on. Galatea. You head back, and you walk past your old home, in the quarter where the members of the Order of the Sustaining Mother usually reside. And you continue to walk until you get to a section of the city next to the sort of micro village where Tirfi lives. The flagstone is weathered and cracking. Some of the houses have a notable slump to them. And after your all but official excommunication and revoking of your status, you live in probably one of the worst parts of town that you could imagine. You head to your home um, within this block. And you see the windows, which were not shattered this morning, have had rocks thrown in through them, which are laying inside the house, surrounded by shattered glass. And carved into the door by what is clearly a knife of some kind. You see the words, traitor, heretic, apostate. Also was not there when you left the home today. And halfway under the door frame is a tea-stained and crumpled envelope.
I look at it and see who it might be from.
You do see the royal seal of the Empress. This is a missive
She
from
remembers me.
Leora. Yeah. And just like the notices that other members of the party received, you are being enlisted for some government work investigating the tainted water supply.
Good, the Empire still needs me. Yeah, she is going to smell at the fact that she's still a government employee despite her current situation. And the fact that is still needed for government work such as this. Maybe pour herself a little bit of water, and then get to sleep. Just
Something that is noted in your missive that was not in any of the others. Your missive is the only one who names another person who is going to be accompanying you. And you are told directly through this note that a member of the Order of the Sustaining Mother, that being Ibis, is coming along specifically to supervise you and to make sure you do your due diligence for the Empire.
Aw, she cares for my safety. That's so nice of her.
Yes, you pour yourself a glass of water, have a small portion of what lasting rations you have, and get ready to head off to sleep. Galatea, you are an innately magical person. But also, you are still, in spite of yourself, a woman of some trickling remainder of faith. Do you feel, out of curiosity, a little bit relieved by the fact that the Empire is having you continue to do work for it? Or is all of that sense shrouded by your very obvious bitterness?
she would be relieved that the
Okay.
empire she swore loyalty to still needs her.
You head to bed that night. And the thing about the Yuridian Empire is prophecy is a thing that is held very seriously and is a thing that is a big deal among its denizens. However, there is not an honor in all forms of prophecy. If you foretell something that the Empire dislikes, generally speaking, your words are not heeded. When you close your eyes that night and you drift off to sleep, you see a vision of a young girl with long black hair, olive skin, dirty face with pale lines where tears had sliced through ash and dust. She wears a tattered red dress and a threadbare shawl draped over her shoulders, and a pair of wings, huge black vulture wings, far too large for her tiny body, rest slumped on the floor. You see a general of the Yuridian army shifting his weight from foot to foot, very confused at what he is seeing. And you see him look over to a member of the Order of the Sustaining Mother and look back to the little girl. And he goes, sorry, I was invoking Rasmos, the god of war. The child shrinks in on herself, pulls the shawl tighter on her shoulders, mutters something under her breath that not even you receiving this vision can hear. And the general goes, I'm sorry, I did not understand. Rasmos is the god of slaughter, not war. The general looks back at the priest. The priest shrugs, clearly lost at sea and out of his element. Then maybe you are Lyfaris, the goddess of glorious battle and victory in war. Glory, victory, not war. There is an ugly silence, long, as the vulture wings shift with the whisper of brushing feathers. When you see the child god look back up at the general, he falls backwards. And he looks into her eyes and sees eyes that he has seen 1,000 times in battle before. There is a long, ugly silence before she looks to him and says, I am the true spirit of war, General. I am the goddess of bloodshed, of sacrifice, of the slaughter of innocents. I am invoked when men ravage, burn, and pillage. I am invoked when mothers cry out, when sons die, when daughters are stolen. I hear it all, General. Her wings open, and the god looms over the fallen man, 20, 30 feet tall. I am the true face of war. I am Iphigenia. How dare you call upon my name? And you wake up in a cold sweat.
All Galactic can stay or even think is poor child. And wish she could have given her a hug. At the very least.
You wipe the sweat off your face, and around the corners of your eyes, you see crimson upon your fingers. Please roll a d6.
Okay. There's the roll 20 thingy. 1.
You suffer 5 points of stress.
Ew, low rolls. Boo.
Boo low stress rolls. Let's have high stress rolls, everyone. Please and thank you.
Boo.
Hey, roll 20 decided for me.
I know, it gave me a 1 too. That's why I'm going boo.
We shift back to the night before. Tara, after receiving medical care from Tirfi, following her success in the arena, you trudge back to the house, and you step up to the door of Lysandra's abode and give it a sturdy set of knocks. And Lysandra, you know.
Before
who
I
that
went,
is.
I have a question. Before I went home,
Uh-huh.
could I have picked up sweets, Alessandra?
Yes, absolutely, you could have.
Awesome. I'm gonna get like, if possible, like cinnamon rolls.
Perfect. And you have a bag of them underarm as you knock on the door. Lysandra, you open the door to your roommate, housemate,
House cat.
house cat.
Hello, I brought you food.
Oh, you know you can just walk in.
Of course, but it is rude. You could be doing things with the blindfold off. Do not wish to upset you.
You see Typhon crawl up on your shoulder, Lysandra, before he salivates, dismounts, lands on Tara's shoulder, dips his little tiny drake mouth into the bag, and absconds with goodies before he flies into a farther corner of the room.
You could have asked.
Typhon just turns up at you with his treasure in his mouth, and then looks back to it and continues what he's doing.
Love that little drake. Yes, no, I do not wish to disturb you when you have time by foot to yourself. It is seldom you get to remove the blindfold, so I always wish to knock first.
I appreciate it. I thank you. But truly you're fine. I trust you. I trust you enough to make a fool of myself in front of a wall in front of you.
That is wonderful to hear. How was your day? I obviously you saw how mine went. How are you doing? Tara will close a little bit of the distance. Tara doesn't. Tara is as a person physically affectionate, a platonic way, but respects enough not to touch without permission.
Mhm.
Though Tara often would try.
Yeah. And I guess from how long they've known each other, she's probably used to it.
Yeah, more than likely.
Yeah.
It's like small hugs, hand holding, stuff like that.
Yes. Hmm.
Lysandra, this is after you got the notice from the obsidian orb that you have a job to do.
Okay. So I haven't had time probably to send a missive to someone to be like, yo, I got a prophecy.
Not yet.
Cool. So yeah. She gets like a little animated, and I imagine like all the snake hairs like go up and they start like hissing and like dancing a little bit, and she's like, all right, so technically 2 things have happened. One, we are obligated to do a mission of sorts to check out the water source here in the city to make sure it is okay by the order of the sustaining. Just to make sure it's okay, we have to show up by dawn at one of their courts.
Oh, great. That means I have to get up extra early to hunt.
Yes.
I left Tirfi Displacer Beast this morning. I have to find something that can top it.
What's better than a displacer beast? We shall find out.
If I come up with something in a book or a tome or something, I will let you know.
Wonderful. But that is not what's got you so cutely animated, please.
No. Animated, yes. Cutely, not entirely sure.
Sweet
Pro-
Snake, you are adorable.
Okay, thank you. Prophecy had something, I think. I don't know what it is, but someone in the court is in danger and or bringing ruin upon the Empire. I don't know. It's kind of stressing me out.
Are you in danger, is my question. Because you, as the Oracle of the Court, are part of it. And I wish to make sure that is not the case.
Okay, babe. So in the vision,
In
it
the
was just
vision.
red and a dust storm, right?
In the vision,
Like kind of wording.
in the vision, the sun was looming over the Empire,
Mm-hmm.
but something was distorting sort of the air around it, and everything was red. There were buildings that were on fire. There were buildings that were destroyed, and most importantly, you saw Empress Leora wounded
Terrified.
within an inch of her life, terrified, as a faceless someone who you definitely think is a member of the Order of the Sustaining
Yeah.
Mother. They're wearing the regalia, but a faceless figure with with just a storm of raw magical energy beating around them, floating over the Empress, and that's where your vision faded.
Cool. So she explains that, and she's like, technically, I could be in danger, you could be in danger, everyone could be in danger. The buildings were on fire. Some destroyed. It could be ours. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. It was enough that it scared Empress Leora.
I see. Well, and you hear a low lion-like growl escape Tara. Much often when she thinks, kind of happens. What I can say is I do not know this vision tells. Obviously destruction, but as we have often seen, the future can be changed. And since you have caught it, I would grudgingly tell you to inform Empress. Much as I do not like the Empire, I quite love you. And Tirfi. I wish to see both you and them prosper in this world. Would not see my new clan fall to some mysterious stranger. And should I need to, I can. Well, let's just say I can stop taking that tincture that Tirfi gives me once a month. And Aura, while kind of trying to give these comforting words, will very cautiously try and pet the snake hair. In a stroke your hair kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you like reach behind like, or you reach to the top of Lysandra's head and start like petting some of the coiled serpents, all with lovely iridescent white scales and red eyes denoting albinism. And as you pet and the snake hair feels the warmth of your touch, it sort of reacts, but does not make any violent moves. One for sure coils all the way around your wrist.
She will very gently pet that particular snake and offer it a piece of like jerky that she carries for herself.
Incredible.
Oh, sweet snake. You have obviously had a stressful day. Come on the couch. Let me hold you. We will decide what we do in the morning.
The couch that Lysandra's anatomy has a difficulty with.
It's okay, like half the body is off.
Tara. It's more Tara sitting on the couch and holding giant snake.
Love it. And then Lysandra, you also catch up Tara on the fact that there is a job from the order itself, and that you are getting your dossier about it next dawn.
Yes. Yeah, the snake to Tara. Mine now. This is my arm.
Alrighty.
Tara does not fight that. Tara's very, very happy.
Night. Oh, go ahead.
Tara's very happy for the snake being nice to her.
And with that, night falls over the rest of the Empire. Ibis, you do not see Calliope for the rest of the night.
Oh no.
She, at the very least, she doesn't swing by your quarters. You don't know exactly how long sustainment as a process takes. So there's a very good chance that you simply were in bed and unconscious before Calliope was done.
Yeah, I feel like she tried to stay up for a while, just like preparing for the next day and all that kind of stuff, but then ends up like conking out.
All right. Kip?
Yes.
Eudorus is a very, very busy Eladrin. She never manages to make it around for dinner.
Aww. Okay. Break my heart, why don't you?
But you did receive a sending that they were rendered unavailable because of unforeseen circumstance. You were notified, but they never came to dinner.
Okay. Is that the one where you can respond or no?
Yep, you can respond with 25 words or less.
Okay. Kip's probably gonna respond with some kind of inside joke that they have,
Love it.
and that's it. Like Kip is not gonna let them know how disappointed they are.
Yeah. Yeah. And yes, Frozen. Eudoris is an Eladrin. That is why the way that their hair is dyed, they have like streaks of color denoting each of the 4 seasons.
And it's why they're hot.
And it's why they're hot.
Yeah, so sad.
I have minis for some of the NPCs that you all have met, what I will post later in the Discord.
Is that all for Kip then? Just disappointment?
Just disappointment.
Great. A dinner of disappointment. Awesome.
Um,
Can I take a point of stress?
you can take a point of stress, absolutely. And remember, stress
Oh,
does
I
not
was gonna
recover on a long rest. Stress recovers during a full rest, which is a week long or longer.
Probably also just, it's like for the whole day, but then just the icing on the cake of stress is Eudoris not coming to dinner when they said they would. Kip wants to, reconnect.
Yeah. Kip is a busy elf.
Kip is not an elf.
I'm sorry. Eudoris is a busy elf.
And Kip is a busy body too. Can't believe Eudoris stood me up. on my
Lysandra.
crush.
During
no.
your slumber, you have the same vision that you saw earlier,
Mm-hmm.
but instead of it ending right as the mysterious figure reaches their arm out towards the Empress, you see a couple of seconds right after that of the figure reaching out their hand, and you see Leora. Like, you can see the pressure of skin divoting on her neck as if it was being grabbed by something, but it is pressure exerted by an invisible magical force. So you see the indention of where she is grabbed, but not anything grabbing her. And you see her rocket up into the air and get spun around. And another detail about the figure, her face and features are still obscured, but you can see long red hair billowing in the wind. You suffer another 2 points of stress when you wake up.
And we say I changed my Curio to the Curio cantrips.
Yes, indeed. You prepare the Curio of cantrips just in case of emergency.
Because when she would wake up, she would probably use the scribe cantrip and, like, note down everything that's happened.
Perfect. You wake up
on paper.
Use scribe and just get, like, I imagine Lysandra essentially has what is a dream journal, but it is a book of prophecy.
Yeah, so everything she says is written on it. And then every 10 minutes of the spell, she has to touch a new piece of paper.
Got it. And from across different parts of the Yuridian Empire, all 6 of you wake up to a new day and immediately begin getting ready. Except for Tara, who got up way before everyone else.
Tara's like 4 a.m. 4 in the morning. Like, nope, gotta go hunting first. This is an everyday thing.
Yep. Also, Ibis, I see that you are also volunteering to take stress. Do you think you are taking a minor, minor, moderate, major, or monstrous amount of stress?
I think I'm taking a very minor amount of stress.
Okay, take a single point.
Yeah, not getting a check-in with the bestie.
Anyone else before the new day comes along? Anyone else taking a point of stress from the events of the day prior?
Anyone else want to have anxiety?
Does anyone else
Yeah.
have anxiety?
Everyone
we all?
volunteering for trauma from the DM link.
That's the reason I have
Um,
Kara hunt every day, is because that is her stress relief.
I think it would make sense for Tirfi because she's working extra to make up for half a day distraction, and also with the heir of the Empress on her mind.
Frozen is volunteering to take a monstrous amount of stress. I'm not going to inflict stress on the audience. No, thank you. No.
Take it. Take it.
No.
Take that
She can't
stress.
stop you. Take it.
Well,
Yeah.
well, not yet. Eventually, you will via
I mean, yes,
dramatically
eventually
appropriate
I
character
will
design.
inflict a lot of stress upon the audience, but not at this time.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
We're still loading the stress cannons.
We're still loading the stress cannon.
Get ready to be stressed.
Oh yeah. This campaign is gonna hurt a lot of hearts. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, that's my secret, Captain. I'm always stressed. Yep, that'll do it. But yes, from across the various parts of the Empire, each of you come to one by one. Tirfi, there is, instead of Displacer Beast, Tirfi, when you awake and like check sort of around your property, there is a very, very fine cut of auroch flank. And auroch is like just like a big sort of like it's kind of like it's like a mix between a bison and an elephant. Like, it is very big and very brawny and has very thick fur and has like rigid, bumpy horns. And a very fine cut of auroch is found at your doorstep.
How is she soloing these?
Very carefully.
Very carefully.
Yeah, she takes no damage the whole time.
The challenge rating, I'll be honest, the challenge rating of auroch is not that high.
A lot of like trap making and knowing what to do and how to do it.
We just don't ask how the barbarian does it.
We don't ask.
We'll see when combat happens.
She's been doing it hunting like this her entire life. This is just a thing that she grew up doing.
Incredible. I love it.
Glad I made a bag of holding infusion so that I can store all this monster meat.
Yes. Also, a thing that is important about my bags of holding, things that are in my setting, things that are placed in a bag of holding are actually quantum frozen. So time does not pass within a bag of holding. So the meat won't go bad if you have it in the bag. Because time does not advance inside of that extra dimensional space.
Good to know.
It's weird as hell, but one of my favorite bits of world building I've come up with. Alrighty. So, from across the great city-state of Yuridia, all of you come to prepare for your day, and all meet towards the center of the city, in which the beautiful and opulent Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother is built. And there is the main building of the cathedral, and then there are also a lot of, like, side buildings for, like, private worship and things like that. But one of them is a room where you all will get the debriefing on what your job is.
Question.
Answer.
Question. I raised my little hand.
I point to your little hand. emphatically.
Would Lysandra be able to send like a missive, like with the documentations to be sent to like Leora? Or like
Yes,
someone of that
absolutely.
importance? Okay. 'Cause, like,
Yes,
she needs to know pronto.
In fact, you have, like a small lead box, within your quarters, and the interior of the box is written and lined with runes based in conjuration magic. And sort of the way that the thing works is you write an entry in your book of prophecy, you take either that entry or a copy of that entry, and you place it in the box, and it vanishes and is sent to whoever the designated receiver of that is.
Okay.
The reason why the box is made of lead, which I know is not a good substance, but in D&D, this is one of my favorite things.
It is very popular.
Lead is very magic resistant. So if someone were to scry on your lead box and try to like decipher what prophecies you had written are, they would be unable to. Lead denies magic based in divination.
Also, in ancient Rome, it was very popular.
It was
because
very
it tasted
popular.
Good.
Lead tasted great.
Yeah, that
Magic, magic
is
is
the-
X-rays, exactly.
the twist about the corruption is it's just our new fashionable lead piping. Just like real Rome.
Finally, some good fucking food. Thank you, Huffy. I know you're not playing in this game, but you are getting a point of inspiration for that. I know you're not a player. I don't care. You get inspiration. Also, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch, Sapphic. I appreciate it. So, you all move through the city, get to the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother in the center of the great city-state of Yuridia, and step into a debriefing hall. As you all walk in, yes, you know what? Instead of inspiration, you got a free subscription. There you go. Ben, thank you for buying a subscription for her.
You're fine.
As you all step in, I'm making this character unnecessarily important because I think it's funny. As you all step in, you all see Decima sitting behind a desk. You all file in one by one. She, of course, gives a very rueful glare in the direction of Galatea. But Ibis
just waves at her.
Kip, yeah, she waves at you delightfully. Ibis, Kip, Lysandra, Tara, and Tirfi, you all file in line and sit at the various seats in this room. Are we gonna get Galatea and Tirfi pointing to each other and going, "You"?
I'm sure someone's gonna point at Kip.
Ah. Oh yeah. Lysandra,
Tara's
you
fire.
definitely Lysandra and Tara both definitely take notice of Kip entering the room.
Who, visibly does not care.
Visibly
Lysandra
unbothered.
yeah, I was gonna say Lysandra visibly looks okay. It's the snake hair that's hissing.
The snakes are
Like-
curled up and hissing at Kip. I love it.
Ara is sitting there growling. She's very much.
Incredible. I love it. All the players have secrets. It's very fun. You all file in, and Decima leans forward, looks over all of you. Good. All of you received your missives. That is wonderful. It is good to know we do not have to put any extra effort into fetching any of you individually. As the missives described, and as some of you might already be aware of, the enchanted spring, which provides water to the citizens of Yuridia who need such things, has recently been subjected to some form of magical aberration. We do not know the exact nature of it, but that is your job to figure out.
We
If
informed the people.
the people are aware that the water is tainted,
I understand that they're aware, but have we made formal announcement? Like, if the water is tainted, then they should know not to drink it.
You know, I'm sure they've got that covered. This is like the government. They do things, right? You guys do things,
continuing the debriefing.
of course.
Your job is to find out what is causing the source of this aberration. However, if you are able to dispose of the source of the corruption and bring us evidence of its destruction, basically, if you fix the entire problem, you will be compensated additionally. There is an entrance to the sewer networks by some of the aqueducts that we will have you be going in through. At the very center of the network underneath the city is the enchanted wellspring in which the water is created every day. We have reasons to believe, based on lack of evidence of creatures wandering any of the interconnected tunnel networks, that whatever is corrupting the water source is within the basin itself.
Tirfi would raise a hand.
Alchemist.
Has there been any effort to magically or chemically purify the water? Or
Yes,
does it resist such
indeed.
things?
We did try to find a solution for this ourselves before resorting to you folk. We did have some of our own clerics step into the area and attempt to purify food and water, and it was not successful. Whatever is causing the corruption, is more powerful than whatever magic we have found to be able to cleanse it.
Okay, I have a follow-up question then.
She looks in your direction.
If your mages, who are very powerful and competent, couldn't find a solution to this, what makes you think a bunch of random Joe Schmoes can?
She glares.
Like, I'm not questioning like your judgment or anything. I'm just a bard. I don't know if I can fix this.
Technically, they're not hiring us to fix the problem. They're hiring us to check out the problem and potentially die in the process.
Oh, we're cannon fodder then.
Yes.
In complete honesty,
Water.
Decima nods, and goes, "Good, you get it."
Right. Good to know.
At the admission that we're expendables, Tirfi is very intrigued at the addition of Ebus and Lysandra to this party. They both seem too important for that kind of thing.
I did not make the choice of who was brought along in this job. That was the Empress herself. I
Wait.
cannot understand her divine machinations or her thought process. All I know is that you six are who has been chosen.
I am very, the Empire, as you may already know. But I do wish to see its people thrive now that I live here.
Yes, all hail the Empire. We'll do our best.
Mm,
Um,
right.
you see Decima drops a lot of the formality in herself and goes, save the bootlicking for someone else.
Yes,
Not looking at any boots.
that was my
Genuinely
point
love boots.
behind it. My question is, if we do discover and destroy whatever this is, and the people find out you not informed them while it was happening, of it actually happening, rather than let it be frivolous rumor that it might be happening, what do you think they will do?
Empress Leora has ensured to me that the people know what they need to know. Are you questioning the divine judgment of the mortal goddess?
Oh no, they're definitely not. Is there anything else we need to know before we go? That's all I think that they were asking.
A panic does not benefit the city in this matter.
I can understand not wanting to cause panic. No, I am not questioning your Empress. I am, however, questioning her underlings.
She leans forward, elbows on the desk, and goes, I think you should just focus on the task at hand. Okay. Save the questions for the people who need to be asking them.
Your face gonna stifle a smirk at Turrak going, stop hiding behind the Empress. And accept that you suck.
Tara will just kind of flash a very, very toothy smile, just wanting to show off the sharpness of what she's got.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
We'll ask Taiwan.
We should probably get out of here soon.
We should be quiet. Is what
Yeah.
we should do.
We
Now,
all trust in the mortal goddess.
the last thing that has to be discussed is the matter of payment. And please do understand, the Empress is more inclined to reward those who are enthusiastic about this opportunity. And that will be reflected, I think. So again, we are going to be, for multiple purposes, implementing a way to keep an eye on you while you're doing this job. That way, we can measure the greatest contributors to the solution of this problem, and thus know who is the most deserving of reward. But also, I think it is no secret that there are some of you we would like to be keeping an eye on. Okay.
Okay.
Murphy bristles whenever she mentions, like, we're keeping an eye on you. Ever since she's entered the room, she's been doing a bad job of hiding, being stiff, and keeping in mind the exits of the room. The only person in here that she can meaningfully trust being Tara. Lysandra seems nice, but also she's, you know,
Also, she is an
Advisor to-
oracle.
advisor to the Empress.
Yeah.
Upon seeing this and how stiff Tirfi is, Tara is just going to step behind them and just wrap her arms around the waist and go, "Do not worry, you'll be fine. I promise."
Aw.
All right.
to each of you, Decima hands out what is truly just a small gold brooch inlaid with rubies. And for those of you who are magically minded, that being anyone with a proficiency in Arcana, you would easily recognize the runes based in divination inscribed into each of the brooches.
Anybody here actually know Arcana?
Me.
I can cast spells, but I am not proficient in Arcana.
Lysandra's proficient.
I mean, it's not hard to deduce given we were just told
Fair.
we're going to keep a watch on, and she gives us this.
But yes, each of you are handed these gold brooches.
So here's your shock collar.
Will you be?
Well,
needing
see, it's
these
funny that you
back?
say that.
Oh god.
Divya will say, each of these items requires attunement, which means we will know if you unattune to them.
Divya or Decima?
Decima. However, because we understand that the limits the mortal body has on attuned items, while you are being a responsible and dutiful citizen and wearing the brooches, you will find it a little easier to resist harmful effects that are sent your way if they are magical in nature. Effectively, what she is saying is each of these brooches require attunement, and while wearing these brooches, you can be scryed upon without having the opportunity to make a saving throw. However, while also wearing these brooches, you have a +1 to all saving throws.
Oh.
Ooh, fantastic.
So, you are encouraged to wear these.
Okay. Yeah.
Earface just wondering if they can use it to read her thoughts.
That has not been disclosed.
That has not been disclosed, but the possibility is open. Don't like that.
So, will you be needing these back, or are they for keepsies?
Decima smirks and says, if you are volunteering to keep it, please do so.
Awesome. Good to know.
But otherwise, yes, you can return it after the mission is found. Or, if you do not return, we will send someone to grab them off of you. I would like all of you except for Ibis to leave the room. I have some extra instructions for that one.
Well, you don't have to tell Kip twice.
As Tara leaves, Tara's just going to glare at Decima and then leave.
Decima
I think Ibis puts
smirks
her head
back
down.
at you.
I sent you a message what Lysandra would do.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Let me see here.
Evis is just keeping her head down.
After you read that, I have a question.
Whose name did you forget, babe?
Decima.
Decima.
Yeah, I just forgot her name. I blanked on it.
Okay. Decima, when you send that message, Decima will acknowledge it by nodding in your direction, but will not state what the message was.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you cannot respond back.
Just apologizing for Tara being a dick.
You're almost there. Almost, yeah.
It is
You're
Tara
very
related.
Oh no.
Message, your makeup is great today, Decima.
Nice.
You're glowing.
The message is, Decima, do you want to get coffee after this, or...
Decima,
That's my line.
Decima, that indoctrination looks wonderful on you. Could I just say that?
Question.
Answered.
I raised my hand. Okay. Can I attempt to discern how much this brooch may sell for?
Roll Arcana.
Arcana. Okay. 13.
Or 13. I mean, there's two factors. This would probably sell for more. If someone was blissfully unaware of the fact that it is a tool that the Empire can use to spy on you.
Definitely.
However, it being a magical item that gives you a +1 to all of your saves, you are... I don't think I have a specific gold value for you, but you do know that it would be a pretty penny regardless.
Okay. Just tuck that information away in my back pocket.
Alrighty.
After everyone else leaves, Galatea is going to look at Ibis and say, "I'm sorry," and then leave the room.
Galatea apologizes to Ibis before she leaves.
I think I also want to say, Ibis probably didn't like take a good look at everybody while she was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
But like as they're walking out, I think Ibis is like clocking everyone, and especially sees Kip, and like is like, oh, you know that?
You know, funny. It's funny that you mentioned this, Ibis, because during the Colosseum match the other day, you saw one of Empress Leora's advisors walking arm in arm with Kip.
Oh yeah, I did that.
And you notably did not see them leave together.
Ibis has no idea what Kip does, so they're just buddies.
For all you know, I could be a noble.
No. I know that's not true. Actually.
Great.
For sure, Aziz know that one's not right.
So, everyone aside from Ibis makes their way out of the chamber. And Decima, you see, already having dropped a lot of the, like, prim, like, formal, I'm a government employee and I need to act a certain way, she drops whatever remained of that and, like, leans back in her chair and goes, Ibis, come up here. I need to tell you a couple of things.
Okay. I think she'd make her way up there, obviously. Decima is a silent sister, right?
Decima is a member of the Silent Sisterhood.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because if she's like a novitiate, then I would be a little bit more like buddy-buddy, but she's above me, so.
But you see, even if, this is actually a fun dichotomy, even if you're not being buddy-buddy with her, she is being buddy-buddy with you.
Mm-hmm. This is your, like, professor who thinks that they're also your friend.
Exactly. This is the professor who throws away the textbook at the beginning of the class and tells you to call them by their first name.
Uh-huh.
But yes, you step up to Decima. And she goes, first, you had fallen asleep before the process was finished. Calliope's sustainment was successful.
Good.
She wanted me to let you know that, personally. And that she's hoping to get to see you sometime soon.
Tell her that I said thank you.
Gladly. The other thing. You are on this mission for a different purpose than everyone else's.
Would that be?
So, as was sort of made clear by the line of questioning from your unfortunate compatriots, a good
Isn't-
number
okay.
of the people here are people who would not shake any foundations should they not return.
Mhm.
You are, of course, different. You are a novitiate of the Sisterhood. Um,
Yeah, there's an oracle, right?
yes, Lysandra is an oracle, but she is someone that. There are two people here that the Empress wants you to keep a close eye on. One of them is the oracle. The other is Galatea.
Can I ask why?
There is speculation around the accuracy and efficacy of Lysandra's prophecies.
Mhm.
And she is harboring. Well, harboring is not quite the correct word. The barbarian Tara is in Lysandra's custody because Lysandra prophesied that Tara would be necessary in a great event in the Empire's future. While this could be true, we also have reason to suspect that that prophecy is false and was meant only to free Tara, and that the woman doesn't have any significance in the future of the Empire. In which case, if that is deemed false, well, the Empress has plans for both of them.
Hmm. The mortal and the mortal goddess knows what to do. I understand.
Exactly. You understand. You get it. The last thing. This is a big moment for you. There is an unofficial rite of passage within the Order of the Sustaining Mother, which is we have colloquially started calling it a proving. A proving is any time that the Empress sees fit to send you personally on a mission of great importance. This is your proving. How you perform here and how well you aid the Empire in your actions is very telling about whether or not you are fit to be a silent sister. And your 20th birthday is soon around the corner, which means there is not too much time left for you to prove it. So this is a very important mission for you.
Every silent sister gets one of these missions.
All of a different kind, but I've been on one. Calliope just got back from one of hers somewhat recently. Everyone who became a silent sister at some point had a direct mission assigned to them from the Empress. And all of the novitiates who didn't return, of course, didn't join the sisterhood. But, and she leans forward on the desk, I have been keeping an eye on you for a while, and Calliope sings your praises. I have no reason to suspect that you will not be a paragon of what it means to be a silent sister.
I hope so. I mean, it's what I've wanted forever. It's what everyone wants forever. All of us want to be silent sisters.
Of course we do. And it will come to you. In time, I promise. You are just brimming with potential. All you need is the right application.
However, the mortal goddess sees fit.
And Decima nods to you. And says, and with that, I believe the debriefing has been concluded, and you are welcome to rejoin your compatriots.
Is there anything else that I should know? Anything that you couldn't tell them about this mission?
I have relayed everything I have been told to relay.
Okay. Well, I'll see you when we get back.
I look forward to seeing you return.
I think as soon as the this is approving thing was mentioned, Ibis's palms immediately start to sweat.
Uh-huh.
So that's basically what's going on, is just she immediately started to get nervous. And I think that is absolutely relayed in her body language of bowing, going to leave, maybe bowing again, giving a wave, and then finally closing the door behind her.
Is this stress time?
Oh, I mean, you tell me,
Probably.
Ibis. Are you taking a minor or moderate amount of stress? Now that you can feel the weight of the eyes of the order upon yourself.
I think I want to say that this is another minor one, because on the one hand,
Mm-hmm.
she's used to being watched.
Sure.
But on the other hand, this is being watched more intently than
Yes.
ever before. So
This is more a direct gaze instead of the corner of the eye.
yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Take a point of inspiration? No, take a point of stress.
No,
Opposite
get more
inspiration.
stressed.
Take a point of discouragement.
Take a point of anxiety, please.
Take a point of anxiety, if you would be so kind.
Is everyone else just hanging out outside, or are they gone? Are you guys
That's a question for all of you.
Well, I mean, Kit, at least, has found at least one person to flirt with.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
I've
There
grabbed
is
one of the sisters.
there is a newly converted and trained novitiate who is such a shy, delicate little thing, and is entirely mentally unprepared for the barrage of flirting that Kip is capable of slinging out.
Mm-hmm.
It's you within 5 minutes of talking to this girl, you know she is wrapped around your finger.
Nice. Can I try and subtly get information out of her now? I don't know.
Yes. Sure thing. Give me a performance check.
Nice.
I said the name of this stream, guys. We did it.
Ready to roll.
10.
10.
Too into
She,
the act.
while she would be very, very open to giving you information, she is 1, too flustered to speak, and 2, too new to the order to give you anything of value.
I'm just too good.
Suffering from success.
Wow, this was really
Magic.
a performance check.
Despicable.
So yes,
Glad I
Kip
did
immediately found someone to flirt with. Lysandra and Tara, what are you two doing as Ibis is getting her personal debriefing?
First of all, Tara is giving Tirfi a back-cracking hug for moving over and seeing if Lysandra needs anything.
Oh no. I feel like if anything, she is just lost in thought. She's just thinking about things.
Tara
Like we're gonna get to.
will kind of lean over and go, I apologize if I overstepped. But I feel that lady was a bitch.
Yeah, I did make Decima a bitch, didn't I?
I will not make a comment on this, but you should watch what you're saying.
A bitch with the ability to put you in the stocks, Tara. Remember.
Yes, yes, I understand. One day, however, will rip her throat out with my bare hands.
Kip, the member of the order that you are flirting with, goes wide-eyed as that is in earshot.
And then I told him, I get seasick. Huh? Huh? No?
She just has her eyes trained on Tara.
So while Tearface like scanning the room for anyone who might enthusiastically defend Her Majesty's honor, I think she actually finally takes a good look at Galatea and sees who is technically the woman of her dreams.
Yeah. And a thing that is very important about Galatea is she still wears the regalia and armor of the Order of the Sustaining Mother, but it is tarnished and torn in areas, and the brass is faded, and you can see, like, on her bracers and on her sabatons, there's a little bit of the beginning of, like, a patinaed rust sort of around the edges of them, and her armor is in a great deal of disrepair.
So seeing Ibis in the Silent Sister uniform was like, all right, not trusting you. Seeing Galatea be persona non grata among the sisters and also be wearing an unmaintained uniform is intriguing. But also, so Tirfi had a vision of Galatea saving Tirfi's life.
An event that has not come about yet.
Yeah. So uncannily seeing someone that I can remember from a dream. What exactly was the vision? What transpired?
As is the manner of prophecy, and as it is the nature of it to be ambiguous and at a lot of times unhelpful. It truly is as simple as you on the ground and Galatea deflecting what would have been a lethal blow with her sword before putting her body on top of yours, and standing her ground there.
Oh dear.
Not like physically standing above you, not like on you.
I have a wife.
Physically
Everyone's
standing above you and deflecting a lethal blow is the best that you remember.
Everyone's out here after the pig.
I love how quickly extremely queer this game became, and it's great because this is Greco-Roman. This is if they were so gay during this time.
So
It's just for historical accuracy.
Just for historical accuracy, you understand.
This many women with weapons, it could just be called a polyarmory.
Take a point of inspiration. Fuck you. I love that.
Incredible.
Take a point of inspiration. I'm serious.
So Tirfi certainly has a instinct to point at Galatea and go, you, but is possibly noticeably looking at her and maybe through her in a 1,000-yard stare, thinking before collecting herself from the realization and deciding maybe not immediately being open about that kind of thing. Wants to see more of the kind of person Galatea is.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyone else? Any particular things of note that they are doing before Ibis returns from her debriefing?
I feel like I have to snap Typhon out of existence so he doesn't attack Kip.
Oh, yes. Typhon has for sure been glowering at and growling at Kiparisa the whole time.
You won't perceive this?
Oh, of course.
Okay, I'm aware that this creature has been growling.
It's
at me.
just a
Fantastic.
tiny little drake that has been mad at you from the moment you have entered its eyeline.
Okay.
Note, he is scary. He has advantage on stealth checks, and he's expertise in stealth.
I don't
Oh,
think we
that's
actually
fair.
ever decided, like, I don't think Kip actually knows Lysandra. Not directly.
Yeah.
So he'd be like, what the fuck? Okay.
What?
Why is this snake? Why are these snakes angry at me?
Usually so
Alrighty.
good with animals. What's going on?
Incredible. So, all of that being said, if there's nothing else in particular that we need to shine a spotlight on, Ibis, you step out from the briefing hall. The door shuts behind you. And the six of you stand with very loose details on what your new directive is. And all you know is you have to head to the aqueducts nearing the outside wall and find a sewer that you need to go into.
Sewer
I have a
level's the
question.
first one. Come on.
Yep.
Awesome.
I have a question.
Answer.
Seeing as Tara hunts in this general area every day, would she have a cursory knowledge of where good entrances are?
Has Tara
Uh,
ever hunted an aqueduct?
well, so there is
There were creatures
like
down there, yes.
there is a forested area around. So like the Yuridian Empire, the great and wonderful and opulent city state, is more vertical than it is horizontal. It takes up more height than it does width, but it is still like tiered in a way where at the very top level of the city, with like the path that has the most stairs, is where the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother resides. And the city sort of goes in a downward spiral from its highest point towards the lower section of the city. And down at that lower section of the city is one where the aqueducts and just like general like outskirts are, but there's like also some like farmland and like some wooded areas and like truly the lowest ring of the empire and of the city contains a small forest. And then there is the slopes that lead down to the very base of the mountain, and that's where like the beaches and where like Kip's family vineyard, and that's where all of that is. And there's like a small dense jungle sort of around the base of the mountain before it fades into beach. But at the very first and lowest level of the city is like forest and farmland.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, Tara sprints 90 degrees down the side of the mountain and then climbs back up
So-
her hill.
Yep,
Arm training.
Love it. Incredible.
exactly what it is. Why she still has the gun show.
Big Goku energy.
Big Goku energy.
I was going for Hercules, but yeah.
Goku works too, yeah.
No, fuck you. Goku's
Goku,
better.
Hercules.
Goku could
Same
kick
thing.
Heracles' ass. I'm gonna start
Yeah.
the worst
That's
discourse.
That's true.
I'm going to start the worst fucking discourse.
Okay.
Hercules never made.
Goku could have been finished with the labors in a day.
Hercules never befriended a cloud.
It would take him 500 episodes, though.
That's fair. It would both be a day and also 500 episodes.
Simultaneously.
The rest of this is just us dunking on Goku.
Yes, incredible.
Okay. Anyway, now that everyone's back together, I think,
Mhm.
unless anyone else wants to, Kip would take charge for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of step forward in the middle of everyone and be like, well, now that we're all back and together and assigned to the same task, perhaps we should introduce ourselves. I'll go first. I am Pariso Kalsopoulos. I'm a bard, and I don't like fighting, so I'm gonna stay in the back.
Of course you don't.
I mean, look at
Tiffy.
me. I'm like 4
Yeah.
foot tall.
Yes, we understand, little one.
Thank you.
And Tara's going to put a little bit of sass on the word little.
Uh-huh.
She says
Love
that.
it. Love it. Love the energy.
Yeah.
I am Tara Lionsborn. I will try and do most of the fighting.
Is this perfume doxy coming with us? Really?
Sometimes they are necessary.
What, as bait?
Yes, that's actually a very good use for them. But also, from time to time, song can soothe the savage beast if such occasion should occur. There are uses. Also, cannot say that the vineyard by the bottom is. I know of you.
Oh, you know my family's wine?
Yes.
Alright, then, you know what? Since you know of me, you can call me Kip. Or Baby Girl, whichever one you like.
Oh, don't start this. I don't want to hear this.
Alright.
What? You too
Nora
frigid?
will close the gap and just hand under the chin. Oh, you do not want to give me that invitation.
Oh no, it's open.
And
I love how gay and flirty
growl.
this is. I love it so much.
I also love how the music was in a crescendo when this started happening.
Honestly, love it. Good shit.
When with a growl will go, little one, do not challenge me, I promise. I will break you. And then we'll walk away.
And I'm very flexible. Okay.
Clearing her throat, Tiffy is going to bring out a gourd that contains wine and say, speaking of wine, perhaps we commemorate our new fellowship with a toast.
Fantastic idea.
Drinking before the job, are we?
Being
We don't.
the keep being a wine snob, you would probably be able to tell this is like very basic table wine.
Oh no, Kip's not a wine slob. Slob? Snob.
Slub.
Slob?
No.
It is
be a
a
wine
wine slob.
Not a wine snob, it's a wine slob.
Not wine snob is wine slob.
Perfect.
Incredible.
Make a
No,
shirt.
Kip will absolutely take a swig if it's offered.
Excellent. Drinks and a toast that not all of our members partake in.
Yeah, Lysandra refuses.
Uh-huh. No.
What's your name, cutie? The new fancy church gal?
Do you not know me?
If I did, I would call you by your name.
Oh, Kip, I know your mom. Don't do this.
Oh, come on. I had to at least try. It's funny.
Ibis. She just like points to her hair.
Okay,
And then-
yes, thank you. I wasn't going to introduce you. You're grown up. You can do it yourself now.
You do know me. Then don't flirt with me. You're like my cousin.
Oh, come on. It's funny.
It's gross. It's yucky, actually. It's kind of yucky.
All right.
Not Evis unironically saying yucky. I love this energy. It's so good. All right. a little bit of getting to know each other takes place. Only because we're approaching the time when I need to end the session. You all march throughout the Empire, one group of ill-fated and truly, I love the amount of conflict that is within this party. Most of you don't get along with each other. And all of you have been put on a mission where it has been made pretty evident by the details that you have been spared that the person who put you on this mission kind of doesn't care if you come back from it. But that is the way that things work in a corrupt and power-hungry empire.
And in, first adventure of D&D, to be honest.
No, that's also fair.
I hope the aqueducts are big enough for my large body.
Oh, we'll
Aqueducts
see.
are huge.
We will see how difficult it is for Lysandra to slither through the sewers, being a large creature.
Hey, Finn, I'm trying to investigate the source of the water corruption, but I'm too dummy thick and I keep getting stuck in the tunnels.
Incredible.
Aw.
Oh my
Welcome-
gosh!
Welcome.
Hey,
Oh my god, welcome Raiders! Oh my goodness!
Oh no.
Just in
Hi,
time to get
Mario!
raided out.
I missed all the flirting.
Mario, we're right about to end! We're finishing the session!
Are you?
Welcome in, everybody!
Oh wait, it's raid incoming.
Oh no.
Three Wolf check!
Three Wolf has betrayed you.
Session never ends. We're here forever. That's the spirit. D&D is always going. We're going for 5 more hours.
Hell yeah.
I'm down for that.
We're
Yeah.
2 viewers below the funny number.
Two more.
God damn it. Oh, thank you, Madia. I appreciate it. I wanted to use my face for D&D because I thought it was a very fun idea. And I'm also a very expressive dungeon master, so...
You're gracing all of the viewers with it.
Yes, I'm gracing everyone with my presence. So, Kip, Tara, Galatea, Lysandra, Ibis, and Tirfi. You all have been given your mission, and you begin to descend into the lower sections of the massive city-state that makes up the Yuridian Empire. As you get to the very edge of the city walls, right as the gates leading to the lower sections of the mountain come into view, you see the massive aqueducts lining the outer walls of the empire. And after a little bit of searching, especially with the aid of Tara, who is very frequently in this area of the city, you do get to a somewhat loosened sewer grate that will bring you into the tunnel network that runs underneath the entire city. And because I
Seems great.
love this kind of way of ending a session, as you all pull the grate up, the sound echoes through the caverns and the tunnels making up the sewer network under the city of Yuridia. And something in the water basin in the middle of the network stirs. There is a swish of water as if something swimming below the basin has just come to attention. And the last thing the audience sees before the session ends is a puff of green poisonous gas emit from under the basin, and the water that it touches discolors and goes a deep and murky black. You all descend into the sewers. And though you do not know this, something knows that you are down here.
Great.
And that is where we end tonight's session.
Yay!
Man,
This was
Davis.
absolutely amazing.
You did so wonderfully. So.
I'm having
Yay.
so much fun.
That was so fun.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm so happy you enjoyed, everyone. For those who came in very, very late to this, I will be taking this, and next week on this Sunday, I will be uploading it as a VOD onto YouTube. So, if you were not able to watch the session live tonight, or if you came in late, I am going to be uploading the full VOD later on, so all of you do get to watch. However, this is not exactly the end of the stream. That was just the end of the session. One thing I like doing, and any of you who are in the VC with me are allowed to participate, or if you have to go, you can go. But I like doing just an after the session talk back, where people talk a little bit about their characters and about their motivations and about some highlights from the campaign or from the session that they enjoyed.
Spectacular.
I leave it up to you guys to start talking. But I think one thing I like to do is I like to award inspiration. And the way that I normally award inspiration is I award it for someone doing the session recap at the start of a session. But for the sake of this show, it feels easier and a little bit better if I'm the one to do the session recap, as not only the DM, but also the person who owns the channel. So what I will do instead, for consistency. So what I will do instead is all of you will decide which of you gets inspiration, but we're going to do it in a fun way, where all of you are going to put up your favorite scene that someone else was in charge of. And you all will get to vote based on everybody's best moments of this session, who is most deserving of the inspiration going into the next session. So basically, you guys get to lift each other up and talk about your favorite things that each other did today.
I have to write down my idea so I don't forget it.
I'm just gonna go out and just say, hey, Lynx, congratulations for fumbling on those riddles. I would have died. Yeah,
I'm also very glad it was you.
I know.
So
See, my favorite part about it is, the Sphinx is still there.
Next time.
Isetis is still there. Because she doesn't leave unless someone answers 2 of her riddles correctly. What's going on? You are here after the session already ended, but I am running a D&D campaign every other Sunday here on the channel. I will be uploading the VOD next Sunday, though, so you get to go back and watch it since you weren't able to come in and watch it tonight.
And then we're playing on an every other week basis.
Yes. So 1 week we do a new session. The other week we upload the old session so that people can watch it and catch up, or if they weren't able to make it in the beginning, or if they just want to re-watch a particular episode, that they can do that. It's a perfect setup. Lysandra, Abby, you are volunteering Kipariso's escapades in dealing with the Sphinx.
As much as Lysandra doesn't like Kip, I adore Kip. So yes.
Thank you. I tried.
Love our fuckboy.
But you did have like a lot of scenes tonight, so it's like that's one of many that I just loved.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kip was lovely.
Love.
If I can say, I'm not volunteering this as a scene for like who gets inspiration, but like bantering back and forth with Kip as Eudorus was so much fun. I
was so
loved
fun.
Eudorus.
It was so great to just make up bullshit and have each other rip off of it.
It was so good.
I have a nomination.
Yes, of course. Tell us what scene you thought deserved inspiration and who was in charge of it.
The scene between Lysandra and the person who was doing the snuggling, whose name I'm forgetting.
Tara.
Tara. Yes.
Mhm.
That scene, like especially where Tara was like, "Hey, come cuddle on the couch." So cute. Just the domestic fluff.
Oh, it's so cute. The way that Tara and Lysandra met, and the way Tara immediately was like, "I'm gonna be essentially a domestic partner to you," in a somewhat platonic but also really, really open for more kind of way.
It's the whole situation, but they were roommates.
They were
Oh my God.
roommates.
They were roommates.
They were
I
roommates.
think
Roommates.
Belle was kind of steering that,
Yeah.
and it was beautiful.
Which, if I
Chefs.
could mention, the insane amounts of pining going on between
so
Ibis
gay.
and Calliope was also something I had so much fun with.
That's the first Ibis and Calliope interaction is what I'd nominate.
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
I mean,
the same.
most of Ibis's like sort of beginning character arc nesting here was very good.
Oh yeah.
Vic, you did a very good job being the starry-eyed cadet.
Thank you.
It's so evident how much Ibis believes in the system, which makes it all that much better when the system eventually starts crashing down.
I'm so glad that me
Oh,
literally
fine.
stumbling over my own words works out in this situation.
It's so good.
It's giving golly gee, mister,
Yeah.
in the best way.
Yeah.
Gosh golly, I'm so young and impressionable. Oh my goodness, whatever will I do? But like it really is so good.
I'd like to volunteer mine as Altea getting absolutely knocked the fuck out.
Oh my god, that was really good too. Seeing the relationship that Galatea has with the very strained relationship that she has with the Order really does plant the seeds for how bad that's gonna go once everything hits the fan.
Seeing you, getting to see you dramatically point a knife at your webcam was so adorable. You're
Look, I just
such
had
you're
to.
such an adorable dork. I love
Hey,
you.
listen, I had fun. I was enjoying myself and my showmanship. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, and your showmanship
Yeah.
is infectious. It makes everything else light up.
Yeah, this is so. Some
Yeah.
of you have played with me on a couple of occasions before. I know I've definitely had Abby at my table before. I've had Lynx at my
Wow.
table before, and I've had
Really?
Victor at my
Me?
table before.
You've had me at your table?
But yeah,
Oh
of
my
course,
God.
of course, I
You
have
guys
been.
share a table.
Oh,
You
then
We
played
share a
D&D?
table.
we
You
played
played
D&D
with
together.
your fiance? What the fuck?
That's so
But
gay.
I have not DM'd for Carlotta, Belle, or Claire before, and I am glad that you all have been enjoying it.
Oh, to be a first timer once again.
Oh, to
Incredible. I would just fall in love all over again, so I would take
See,
it.
this is actually a very gay anecdote. Abby and I met because I was running a Curse of Strahd campaign, and she was one of the people who joined it.
And we flirted through Irina and Arya.
It was so the tension was palpable. It was so
To think
good.
that Strahd brought you two together.
Aw.
Oh no,
gonna
Lord
throw-
Incel Matchmaker.
I'm gonna throw the Strahd Funko Pop on the ground after this.
Inevitably, I will
Spike it.
run a souped-up Curse of Strahd campaign for this show. It will happen at some point.
I was
Very
telling,
excited for that.
I was telling Frozen that I might do a Curse of Strahd Humblewood,
Oh,
Game.
that would be so good.
Ooh.
where everyone is
Also,
animals.
I'm gonna leave this for you guys to vote for. One of the moments I would like to elect as a moment that I thought was really good and has a very lovely amount of foreshadowing is Galatea's prophecy.
I'm out here
Mhm.
going like, we got another prophet out here? Oh my god, bestie. Let's gossip about prophecies that are maybe or may not be real.
Just Galatea getting a look at what the Empress's not even born yet daughter, knowing what her fate is. That it was a moment that I was really debating if I wanted to throw it in early, but I was also like, there is no better person for this vision to happen to than Galatea.
So how are we supposed to vote if we all proposed one?
Well, there was 2 for you, and then there was 2 for.
So it really
Vic.
comes down to like whoever you all think was for this session the biggest player. Whoever the person that you think like had either the best scenes or the best moments. That's kind of what it is. It really is just we're gonna hype each other up and talk about how good we all are at this game.
I also think. Who needs it next session? Because I think the twink might get obliterated next session. So.
Yes.
You might be right.
Yeah.
I
Am I
mean,
like the only one who's multi-classed?
No,
As
I'm
a-
not multi-class.
Okay.
there are a
Okay,
couple
I
of
was worried
multi-classes
about
here.
Yeah.
I'm
all
also
my
thinking
spells,
about
yeah.
it too.
I mean, Kip had some really, really fun scenes today. Seeing just how bad like Kip sluts around the Empire is very nice.
Yeah, so in a combat setting, he might die.
So just real quick, while we're gassing like the players up, can we also gas up the DM because like they just
yeah.
fucking
Stop.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Incredible.
A round of metaphorical applause.
Thank
for
you.
our DM.
I appreciate it. I do.
That's
I have
right.
been I have been wanting to run a D&D campaign here on Twitch for so fucking long now. So finally having it be a thing that I'm doing feels really nice and really rewarding. Tearfy had some wonderful fucking scenes as well. It was really
Tearfy's
fun.
like-
Go ahead.
Tiffy's like coming home, like just getting to go
With the
back
wife.
to their, like their normal life after all of that was like incredible. I loved that.
Also-
give me more domestic fluff, please.
Yeah.
Domestic fluff is so good, but
More
also
domestic fluff in this horrible.
also
empire,
one of the
please.
things that's really important about Tearfy as a character, as far as like what Tearfy is a criticism of, is just like watching Tearfy walk through what is effectively the slums of the city, and knowing that she had an obligation to not be running her medicinal alchemist shop because of the way that the government of the empire operates. Was also just a big way of like setting the stakes of what the common person is going through in this empire.
Mm-hmm.
Loved part of two of Tearfy's scenes that I really loved are Tearfy having no faith in Galatea and going, she's gonna get fancy and fuck up here, and then oh, my cat brought me another corpse to butcher.
Frozen says one of his favorite parts, and he is biased, is when the Empress was giving her blessing to Calliope, and Frozen almost broke me with a laws of aviation joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
I read that in chat and was like, incredible.
I missed that.
I love people immediately catching on to the fact of like, the Order of the Sustaining Mother, it really is a cult that is indoctrinating lesbians, isn't it?
No, never. Why would you talk bad about the mortal
Why
goddess?
would you?
What is
Why would you
wrong
talk
with
bad?
you?
Why talk bad about the mortal goddess, the heir of
Milk
prosperity,
The glory of Yuridia, the sustaining mother.
the mortal goddess, Empress Leora Divia.
I stand by MILF Supreme.
I mean, MILF Supreme is now with what the
He's
players
about to
know.
be.
That is an appropriate title.
Yep.
I'm just.
I
I'm
also
just going
want to
over
say,
here. Mhm,
oh, go
go.
ahead.
No, you go.
No, Kip's joke about the like mortal goddess not being able to get any because it's just sand down there. Incredible.
It's so funny.
Truly had me laughing.
Like, it's so dusty down there. She's so...
You insulted the mortal goddess's coochie, and that's incredible to me.
Her divine gooch. How dusty it must be.
The divine vagina.
Divine Gucci Coochie.
I hate all of
I
you,
hope all
and I
of
say
you
this
know
with
that,
love.
like, none of my jokes are premeditated as Kip, really. They're just
No, because
All off the hip.
I know, like, how good your comedic improv can be, Lynx. I knew from the
I'm
moment you
fucking
pitched
hilarious.
me the moment you pitched me Kip, I was
Did
like,
you almost call him Kink?
shush.
I mean, have you seen this tweak?
The
Kink really
moment
did
you
too already.
pitched me Kip, I was putting Kip and Lynx together. So truly, I was not going to call you Kink, I was going to call you Kinks. And that's worse. But the moment that you pitched me Kip, I knew that with all the love in my heart, that I was going to love and hate every single fucking scene you were in.
Oh, absolutely.
Because of how I knew you could destroy elements of my campaign, because you're just so fucking funny.
I'm a menace.
You are, and honestly, that's wonderful.
Thanks.
Alright, so are we giving Kip the inspiration? It sounds like that's sort of what
Yeah,
the
it's-
ruminations are.
Definite.
I vote Kip's inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I think you'll need it, Lynx. I say this with
Yeah.
love.
Against the grain, I still vote for you.
That's valid. Ibis also
Ibis was a fucking rock star today.
Yes.
Honestly, because this is the very first session, and because me doing this actually has some grim implications, I'm gonna give both of you inspiration. I'm gonna give both of you an emergency
Hey.
reroll.
Great.
Both
Hey,
of
I
you
was
are
gonna
getting an
say-
emergency
I'm so
reroll.
scared.
I was gonna say, Vic. I was like, good thing were you on T-Kite or Lamia folk, so we have resistant to poison damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, one more thing I wanted to do, because I think this was fun. Does anyone have any speculations for what the monster in the basin is?
Bog monster, bog monster,
It's
bog
Nessie.
monster.
Fish.
It's Nessie.
Evil fish.
Evil. Okay, we have Nessie. We have evil fish.
I swear, if you
I'm-
throw the plague spirit on me, I'm gonna throttle you.
I'm
Line.
voting some kind of like fungus monster.
Ooh,
That's because I want to fight.
Interesting.
An
Wait, I
evil
don't want
rubber
to fight
duck.
that. Never mind.
An evil rubber
I just
duck.
thought about.
Octopus.
Oh, if it's things we want to fight, please let it be an aboleth.
No.
I don't
Yeah,
think we can take
sure. You know what?
No.
Absolutely. My 6
No.
third level players, I'll give you an aboleth. That's fun.
No.
Thanks.
I think, though I will think, if Lysandra looked at an aboleth, she'd be like, alright, I've seen worse.
Okay,
What
yeah,
if-
Kip would be out of there.
What if we look in the reflection of the waters and we see ourselves, but
Oh my
we don't
God.
like what we see, and
We're
we
fighting
realize
ourselves.
the true foe is
Shut the fuck up.
Us
We-
all along.
we for living in a society.
What if we're the monsters all along?
What if we're the
I mean-
monsters?
I think we are going to be the monsters if we overthrow a government.
Oh well.
Yeah,
Why
not
would
if
we
the-
ever
not if the
overthrow this
government-
wonderful government?
Well, it
not if the
depends.
government's
Seriously.
tyrannical.
It depends on the people. It depends on whose side is on who.
Um,
the
but
society
if we
is
get the
against us,
people
then
out
we are the bad guys.
Before we burn it all down, it's fine.
They gotta
Technically,
appeal.
for Tara, it's just tit for tat. They tore down my government.
That
Yeah.
is true. That is
They
fair.
ripped apart my clan. I'm gonna take apart their entire shit.
Yeah.
um,
Fair.
Bloody fucking brick.
eye for
It's
an eye,
just-
something like that.
Yeah. It's just gonna take so much for poor Eva's and Lysandra to be like, yeah, this place is fucked. You need to go.
Look,
Oh yeah, no, it's
next
very
session,
great.
I just really want to talk to Lysandra.
It's great seeing that most of the party does not believe in the system. Tara obviously
Good job.
really doesn't. Tyrfi has been critical of it from the beginning. Lysandra believes in it. Ibis believes in it. Galatea wanted to believe in it and is upset that she can't. And then Kip is just here for the ride.
Kip doesn't care.
Kip is really just here for the ride, and honestly, I do love that for you.
But given them enough motivation, they
also-
will become the Andral Rouse we need.
Of course. Also, one more thing I wanted to talk about. Meeting Azef in the Coliseum.
Oh
My friend.
running into your ex, who also just happens to be a very powerful wizard.
My friend. That's
Literally
so
running
hot.
in.
I would have
Feeling-
fainted.
Oh,
Yeah.
listen, there is no better way to stunt on someone than just dimension dooring out of a scene.
So I wanted to
No,
let you know,
actually.
Lynx. I just let it roll. You have advantage on like saving throws
You're
on
right,
all
I
magical
do.
spells.
I reread my sheet during the session, and I realized
Yeah.
that I did because I'm a satyr.
Yeah, I don't want to
You know
remind
what?
you.
It
So
worked.
yeah.
It was sexy.
I think it was important that
Yeah, I think it was
that
important.
she
too.
failed that.
That's why
Oh,
I didn't say
yes.
anything. I was like, well, technically you have advantage, but I was
Alright.
like, I want Kip to fail.
If we
Oh, of
fight,
course.
if we fight Aleph as a boss, we need to determine how many spell slots she has spent being extra.
As if it's
Like
Dusty, who just
I-
happens to
So,
be personally
I
slaughtered by
will
Kip.
explain a little bit of something, Frozen, since you pointed out the reason why Eudorus called her a frigid bitch is because Azef is also an Eladrin, and because Kip broke her heart so bad, has been stuck in winter.
Whoopsie.
That's why
This
that's
is what
why
Lynx
she
and I
has
decided on.
That's why she has the frozen tear stains that are pulsing with magic. Is because like she had her heart busted so awfully that she is stuck in the most negative and nihilistic and just overall volatile season that an Eladrin can have.
To be
Shall-
fair, if I got broken up with over yield text message,
Oh,
I would also be very mad.
Kip absconded and left a letter behind.
In the middle of the night.
And I don't know this. I just know you broke her heart.
Uh-huh.
And that's it.
It's so good. It's so good. I am so happy to get into the next session.
I'm gonna cry when I see Azef.
I
That's
think
it.
possibly slightly
good.
worse than yield breakup text is the artificer little recording device that
Yeah.
they push and it goes, "Good morning, you're dumped."
Oh yeah, like
Exactly. Yeah.
like in terms of like the hierarchy of how bad a breakup can be, I think a breakup over voicemail is worse than a breakup over text.
Oh, yeah.
It's like breakup over voicemail, breakup over text, breakup over a phone call, breakup in person.
Considering the context, which I won't go into now, it's oh, I can't wait to get into all the
Oh
gory,
yeah, and like
details.
when Eudorus was
I don't know it.
talking to you about
I
it,
don't
and
know.
you were immediately like, "Yeah, I just hate commitment." It was
Breakup.
it was so dismissive, and that's part of what makes it so bad and helps. Like I feel so bad for Azef because of how
I do.
casually Kip is like, "Yeah, fuck that lady."
Okay, but like,
Aw.
okay, Kip feels a little bad, but also like, Kip is scared of committing because they have feelings for someone else. So I mean,
Oh yeah.
I'm just curious, so like with the Tara and Kip like interaction. I just imagine Lysandra just standing there with her hands over her face, even though she can't see. She's like, oh no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Please.
Eva's
Has
just gonna be
several
plugging her
things going on
fucking
at once.
ears.
And
I don't want
then
to hear this.
let's talk about the monumental weight that is now on Ibis's shoulders, knowing that the Empire is keeping a really close eye on how this mission goes.
You're the
Don't-
golden girl.
Don't worry, Evis. I'll make sure this goes smoothly.
100%.
Yep.
Oh.
Nothing bad is going to
Nothing-
happen.
Plus,
Nothing.
Smooth as chunky peanut butter.
Despicable.
Lysandra is starting to get more details about who the person in her prophecy is. And now Lysandra, knowing that whoever, like, is in her vision about to kill the Empress is a member of the Silent Sisters with long red hair. And it doesn't take a lot of dot connecting to realize who Lysandra is probably suspecting at the moment.
I think it'll take like a third, like one more vision, and then it'll click.
Yeah.
Rule 3's kind of ordeal. Especially with that
time
nat
for-
one at the beginning.
Oh yeah,
And
for
for
sure.
Eva's to try and get on Lysandra's good side.
Also, doesn't Lysandra have the most stress out of all of us right now because of all those visions?
Yeah.
So, right
Lysandra's
now-
fucked up at the moment.
Right now, okay, so because I have an 18 in intelligence, her stress is 5 out of 49.
Oh,
So
that's
I'm
a high
nowhere in, like, I'm in danger mode yet.
You are not approaching an affliction or a mental break yet.
Yeah. It's gonna be a while, but, Celeste and I decided that, yeah, Lysandra's gonna be easy to stress out.
Oh yeah. See,
Aw.
it's very funny. Lysandra has a big stress threshold until it really starts affecting her. But we also kind of mutually agreed that Lysandra gains stress really quickly.
You took a perfectly good snake and gave it anxiety.
We did take a
Wait,
perfectly
so-
good Gorgon and give it prophetic visions that give it anxiety.
I mean, I picked a goo warlock. Of course I'm gonna have anxiety.
Yeah, your patron is not one patron, but is a collective of voices that can see into the future who constantly give you mixed messages. There's not a lot of way to not get stressed out.
I hope none of you, this patron never shows its mortal frame to you guys, because you guys are gonna fucking lose it.
Oh yeah,
From what we decided.
Jacket brings up a good point here in chat of snakes are naturally an animal that get very anxious very quickly. So it does
Yeah,
feel
makes
very
sense.
appropriate.
Well, we joked about it before we started the session that in the witch PDF that we're using, there's an animal carrier, and I'm like, yes, let me get a animal carrier for my pet, or my Eidolon Light Drake. And then I was like, no, Lysandra could technically turn into a tiny snake, so that is probably where she goes just to de-stress. A small, tiny crate,
Also,
darkness.
About the snakes get naturally anxious, it feels very funny to me because Lysandra and Ibis both took the highest counts of stress tonight.
Snake stress.
You. It's fine.
Um,
No, I think Gal is at the...
Yeah.
Because Gal took 6 at one point.
Gal
from the
took
vision.
Yeah.
the highest singular amount of stress. Lysandra and Ibis had the most individual instances of stress.
Oh, individual. Okay, yeah. Because I was like, I'm at 5.
Yeah.
Galatea
Galatea took a lot of stress because of the vision of Iphigenia.
Yeah.
Which, there is a particular reason I named her Iphigenia. And there is a particular person from Greek myth, who that is referencing. I believe in the actual myth, Iphigenia is the daughter of Agamemnon, who was sacrificed at Mycenae.
It's not a question of Iphigenia, but when Iphigenia.
With an Iphigenia. Fuck you. Incredible.
Why would you
to
do
come up with
this?
some rhymes for Iphigenia. So
Yes,
if
you
an
actually
opportunity presents
wrote
itself-
a poem, or you
did.
actually started writing a poem celebrating the announcement of
this
the
atrocious child.
yes, which is very fun.
It prompted. It is there.
But yes,
The-
there is
the chi-
there's a particular reason I named her Iphigenia, and it is an ill omen.
Yeah.
Celebrating the arrival of the child who arrived through cobwebs.
Why can't
Yeah.
ill omen ever be like ill isn't cool?
First act of life, spelunking.
I hate it. All right. Any other things people want to talk about before we go ahead and wrap up the stream here?
I was just waiting to be able to say, Kip, I know your mom. For half the
Yes.
session.
Yes. Hinting at the fact that like Ibis and Kip have a history.
They do.
Is very
thought it would be
fun.
so funny to pretend to forget.
Ew, you're like my cousin.
Ew, you're like my cousin. Stop being yucky.
Again, Ibis actually using the word yucky is very funny. But because,
She's a teenager.
No, exactly. No, she is 19 verging on 20. She should
This is a
not
child.
have any of the responsibilities that she has right now. And you can see the like shreds of innocent adolescence that are left in her that we know are going to be gone by the end of the campaign.
Are you
Not if
Lead.
not
A
if
very
Tara has
sheltered.
anything to say about it.
are you telling me that cult child soldiery is messed up?
Yeah, I might be
telling me
implying
children
that
shouldn't
it's
have to grow
kind
up too
of
fast?
bad. A little bit.
This makes my magical
Yes.
girl animes very distressing.
Oh man.
You're saying
And also, like,
children that have the
every
pressure of
shoujo
being an
ever?
adult. It's not good.
But yes, that was all of your scenes were so good, everyone.
It was so much fun.
This
to
was such
watch
a
everyone.
good way to get to know all of the characters and like get little peeks into their somewhat stable for some and very unstable for others home life and living situations, and just like seeing. I think one of my favorite things that I want to point out is like the dichotomy of like Lysandra, who is at her core very fucking monstrous. She is an 8-foot tall Gorgon who blindfolds herself so that she can't paralyze or petrify people. It takes up a lot of space and like gets these prophetic visions, and she is in a better space and station than the other equally monstrous ancestry within the Yuridian Empire, that being the Turrak. And just seeing Lysandra getting to come home to a house that is very opulent, but a house that was not built to have a giant snake woman living in it, and does not work for her anatomy, and like has furniture that she can't use, I think is also like, it's almost equally dehumanizing as like putting the Turrak in the slums. It's like, yeah, we're gonna let you pretend that you're important to us, but this house is not built for you. And you know that by living in it.
And like I think, because I want to probably talk more about like how we want to like rewrite the bad stuff about the Yuan-Ti.
Oh yes, for sure.
But I still do think that like the now Lamia folk are still like clan centric, where it's like many people. So being in a household that is just her and Tara probably still feels very hollow and sad and empty.
Absolutely.
So when Typhon accidentally knocks over a vase, or when she knocks over a vase, at least it's exciting.
Also, one of my favorite so small jokes that I love and that I am going to keep as a running joke in this campaign is that every single time Lysandra knocks into, like, walks or slithers into her house, she knocks over one vase that is always remade and replaced by the next time she gets into her house.
Same base every single time.
Just
And
this
it's
one
just like-
vase that you are constantly breaking
Part of-
every single time you get inside.
It's
No.
been mended
Tara's
1,000
morning routine.
times.
Well, I'm kind of wondering if, like, does the face guy take the shattered pieces and then do that gold's repair
of the
thing.
inlay, yeah.
Oh my god, it's been kintsugi'd
It's just
so many
gold.
times that it's like half gold at this point.
Flecks of porcelain.
Well, it's like it's probably even worse. Like whoever the staff that probably like cleans the house or something like that, they probably move things up on higher shelves because when Lysandra doesn't have her blindfold on, it's like her vision sucks. She can't see.
Yes, Lysandra has been wearing her blindfold for so long that her actual eyesight is just shot.
Eyesight?
Eyesight.
It's just bad eyesight.
Listen,
It is eyesight.
I am known for my flubs and for constantly fucking up words.
Often Freudian in
The
nature.
bimbo juice.
It's the bimbo juice, exactly. Yeah, but yeah, whatever like the wait staff that like attends like Lysandra's estate is it is just having a hell of a time working for her.
That's just like part of Tara's morning routine is just like drop the face off at the face guy.
Go on.
Sandra's vase guy.
And it's like
as a job.
Like I imagine, like, oh, we figured it out. If we put it at a higher elevation, she won't get it. And then Typhon knocks it over, and they're like, "Shit, we forgot about the
We
dragon."
forgot about the tiny ass drake
man.
that she has. It's so good. I was so happy. Like, I was really nervous leading up to this stream just because it's streaming a new thing for the first time, and I'm also showing my actual face to the audience. But like, I was also just nervous of like, I've been GMing for years and years and years now. Am I gonna tell a good story? And like everything fell into place so perfectly, and you all bantered off of like the elements I've put in the world so well that like as soon as the other players started talking and like chipping in, I was like, oh, I've got this.
Yeah. You stayed at a crisp 22 viewers most of the stream.
Yeah, it was really nice. And now I'm at 41, but that's because of the raid.
It all falls into place.
All goes according to
Keikaku.
yeah.
But yeah, it was really, really nice to like get that sense as soon as you guys started role playing of like, oh, I wasn't worried about anything. Like, I think a good campaign, by merit of what D&D is, a good campaign is just as much about the DM's prep as it is about how the players respond to what the DM throws out there. And I got such wonderful material from everybody that any shred of nervousness I had when the campaign started just evaporated.
All you need to worry about is stuff like saying front door.
Flint door.
I don't know. I did say that Typhon was huge at the beginning, so
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Typhon-
Typhon.
I sat.
Yes, you
Instead
did.
of
You did say that he
household
was.
cats.
You did say that he was a house-sized cat at first.
Yeah, I meant household cat, and I don't know where my brain went.
What I would give for a house-sized cat.
Contagious.
As someone.
Yes, the actual session was ending, but we're doing like a talkback thing.
Yeah.
But continue what you were saying. I think it was Belle.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah.
As someone who has both GM'd and played D&D since like 95, I can tell you that you are one of my favorite GMs. I've
You've
only
done
played
one
against Taylor.
session with me.
Yep, I can tell already because like I've had a lot of people try to GM for me, and I think there are two that top me so far. Just two. One of them I'm really biased about because it's my partner.
Fair enough, understandable. It's the opposite thing where like I will always be Abby's favorite GM just because it's partnership bias. She's dating me, and so like
I almost went, am I? Arlie? Oh my god.
Yes.
why have you gotta be mean to me like this?
I love you.
I love
That's
you
it.
too.
The bit is never old.
It's
The
never
bit,
old.
truly, the bit is never old.
But no, I second the sentiment. I have played under several DMs and DM'd one whole game almost. It's almost done.
Almost done.
And I consider you an expert. You know many things, and you even found an improved version of the game that I might have to look into.
Your performance tonight has given me a lot of confidence in the campaign beyond what I
Yes.
already had. It's also just made me wish that I could get the buy-in that you can.
You are truly an incredible DM.
We
I'm-
love you.
I'm going to die.
Take the
Good.
praise.
Erish.
Yeah.
Bully Sage with affection hours.
Honestly,
if we melt the DM, she can't kill our character.
bet.
We melt the
bet.
DM. Do we level up?
No.
We just keep sugarcoating it.
No, we do not level up now.
So I will let you guys know. She does love leveling up fast.
Ooh.
Okay. I want
Level
my
us
next level so
up.
I can get that spell.
No.
Oh. but gift of gab.
I know,
It ain't
realizing
a
that
warlock
you.
spell. It ain't a warlock spell.
I know. I'm
Alright,
not.
I can take it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
you
bard
can take
spell.
it. Yeah, Kip. Kip, you are absolutely welcome to take Gift of Gab. I'll be honest, I sort of already assumed that you had Gift of Gab.
I only have first level spells.
That's a fair point. Y'all are somewhat low level, and you are multi-classed.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna slowly start dipping into witch later on.
Ooh, which would be very fun for you. Which is one of my favorite homebrew classes. I had kickstarted a witch class like a couple of years ago. And the way that the class plays is so unique that it has been a staple in a lot of my campaigns for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Alright.
especially makes extra sense given Lysandra being an oracle.
Yeah.
Or I might end up going into Ranger at some point.
Ranger Barbarian is very fun.
Very powerful.
I am doing this campaign in a modified version of D&D 5e with a couple of homebrew rules.
A couple.
A couple.
A few.
I'm doing a good amount of homebrew rules, including the Darker Dungeons supplement written by Giffyglyph, which I have been using in my campaigns for such a long time because I love it so goddamn much. Talent trees, a spin on Paragon monsters devised by the Angry GM, and a couple of other quality of life changes that I like for combat.
So much of the Discord is an SRD.
Really it is, but I mean that's like it has like a system that was created by the lovely Kobold Press. Kobold Press in their Midgard Heroes Handbook supplement put out different variant options for weapons that gave each weapon more distinct actions that they could take to make them more unique from each other instead of just how much damage they do. And so like that's one of the things that we have in here. Let's see. There is the link to the community Discord. But yeah, it is weapon options from the Midgard Heroes Handbook, which are very good. I love the way that they add some more dynamic actions to the things that you can do in combat, and like it picks up, I think, a lot of the slack that martial classes can tend to have, which is not a lot of utility. Like martial classes are usually damage first, utility second, but by giving weapons a couple of unique skills that are exclusive to that weapon, it gives martial classes the potential for a lot of utility, which helps it out a lot as far as like mechanics and as far as fun goes. But yeah, there's a couple of others that you guys will slowly discover as I rule them. But like it includes It includes a couple of homebrew rules that I created that I adore, such as whenever you roll a critical hit, the base damage value on the weapon automatically rolls its highest, and then you roll the extra damage. So, like, if you score a critical hit with a longsword, you are automatically doing 8 plus the weapon damage modifier plus another d8. So, like, it makes crits pack a little bit more of a punch, because nothing sucks more than rolling a critical hit and rolling, like, a bunch of 1s and 2s.
Yeah.
So crits are beefier. I have rules for if you... Okay, so one of my favorite things in D&D 5e, there are spell slots. Now, the implication of them in the mechanics usually is, oh, this is how many spells you can cast in a single day. I change it a little bit. So your spell slots are how many spells you can cast safely in a given day. And I have rules for overcasting, which is stretching your magical potential and reaching for magic that puts your physical body in danger because you do not have the tools to handle that kind of power. So that's another one that I have, is like rules for... Overcasting is so fun, but has a lot of hard consequences if you try to do that.
So I'd like to cast Prestidigitation as a 9th level spell.
But yeah, it's, I think one more, you guys are going to see this one a lot. It's a simple change, but it's one of my favorite changes. Standing up from the prone condition provokes an attack of opportunity. If someone is standing up from prone, they get to whack you, because you are putting your body's efforts into standing up from the ground, and someone can easily be like, "Oh, great! I'm gonna take a very mean-spirited jab at you while you're getting yourself up off the floor."
Bring us back to Pathfinder.
I mean, pretty much, yeah.
Yay.
All right. So, I think that is where we're going to end the talk back, as much as I could keep talking forever and ever. I'm going to go ahead and end it here. Let's see. A very good friend of mine has suggested somebody for me to raid tonight.
Is the one for Izun?
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna pitch it.
So my dear, very good friend and moderator, Frozen, has a friend named K198, who is like a sleepy angel VTuber, and she's currently playing some very, very chaotic Uno. And I think it would be very fun to send you bunch of schmucks over to very lovingly harass my friend's friend. Oh, hold on. Why am I echoing? What is that? Okay, but with that, thank you all very much for coming in. I've appreciated this very first session of D&D being so good and so fulfilling. And I can't wait for the next one. Thank you all very much for watching. And yeah, next session is going to be our first combat session.
Yay.
Yay!
Hell yes.
I'm gonna send my Pokemon to kill it.
My Diplomacy the Pond Monster.
Diplomacy the Pond Monster.
Bog monster.
Is it 98 or 89? It's 189. That is my problem.
We dress up Kip in a Spirit of Halloween Loch Ness monster costume to see
Seduce
if
the monster.
they can,
No.
they can seduce the monster.
The worst
Nat
bar
20.
trope. No.
17.
No,
Doesn't
I
work.
didn't authorize that roll. Stop it. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was fun.
That was wonderful.
I'm
That was so fun.
so happy. That was such a good session. Oh my goodness.